Have you ever dreamed of a Vosh stream that starts early? Dream no more, my friends, because the reality you've so long wished for is now finally coming to pass. And I only wish it could be happening under better circumstances. Normally, I love to do my spiel, but I actually have some rather pressing news. Have I seen the thread on Our Destiny? Yeah, I think it's pretty funny. I've got some bad news, folks. Like, actually, unironically bad news, Normally I say bad news like I stubbed my toe, or the coffee that I had this morning, I didn't have any cream, so it didn't taste. No, this time it's actually bad news. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to make a YouTube video out of it. So we're just going to need to take a second. Is the focus level on my camera fine? No, it's not. Hold on. No, that's... There we go. No? That feels about right. I was fucking around with it earlier because... Oh, I suppose I'm about to fuck around with it again. Look, I painted my first boy in like 10 years. Hold on, just appreciate this with me for just a second. Look. There we go. I don't have all the paint colors that I'd like, but I think I actually did a pretty decent job. Considering how small these little guys are, Here, hold on. Alright, now, well, I fixed it, and then I fucking destroyed it again. Okay. Good. Good. That's good. That's good. I've got a lot of boys here now that I'm looking forward to painting. Did I use a magnifying glass? No, I used my shaky-ass hands. Alright, folks. Oh, nice to hear that, Swan. Happy to have you here. Alright. As much as I love opening the stream on a positive note, I've got some actual bad news. Now listen, my stream has come a really long time. A really long way over the past year. I went from being a 20 viewer Andy on Twitch to now more or less consistently getting 2, 3, sometimes even 4,000 concurrent viewers here on YouTube. And that's incredible, and I'll never not be thankful for that. But, I will admit, sometimes, I do look at the numbers, and I get, when has there been 4K? Mostly during big streams, listen, 4K is a special time. Maybe in a year's time, 4K will be the default, who knows? But there has been a rather troubling development. See, right now, and again, I don't want this to be interpreted as me, like, coming off as entitled. I really don't want it to come off this way, okay? It's just me looking at the numbers, coming to some conclusions. Right now, we've got about 500 people watching. Normally, around this time, we'd have around 1,000 or more. The same was the case yesterday. Yesterday, we hit around 1,100 concurrent viewers and stuck around that the entire stream. I know, 1,000 people watching. That's phenomenal. I know, but it is the smallest stream that I have had in months. Smallest politics stream. Video game streams tend to be smaller. And today it's going to be small too. And I found out why. No, because I took a break? No, it's actually seems to not be in my control. YouTube has not been listing my stream. YouTube hasn't been listing it. It's not right now on your subscription feed. Go check right now. If you're subscribed to me, you can go check your subscribers' video feed right now. Maybe some of you will have it there. I don't. You want to see something? Look. Look, it's my phone, YouTube account. See? This is my other YouTube account, where I look at gaming stuff. My stream's not here. I'm subscribed to myself. As a live stream, I should be at the absolute top of the subscriber list. And yet, I'm not there. Take a look at this. Same on desktop, not a mobile problem. These are the 4 most recent videos in my subscriber feed. See this one from Brave Wilderness? It was streamed 1 minute ago. I took a screenshot of this while I was live streaming. My video should have been in the farthest left. And if you really want some proof, here's my subscribers list on the side. It showed Brave Wilderness streaming as I took this screenshot right up here at the top. See me at the bottom? Without the live stream alert? Something really weird is happening here, comrades. Right now, the only way to see my stream is if you followed me from Discord, Twitter, or if you're actually physically on my YouTube channel. But everywhere else, the most common way of finding my stream in the subscriber box, it's not there. It's not there, it's gone. What happened to it? So I took a look on Twitter, and this is, by the way, when I say took a look on Twitter, what I mean is I tweeted 15 minutes ago, okay? And 18 minutes ago. And this enterprising gentleman, right over here, Freeze 2020, great guy, I assume, said that apparently he's been experiencing similar problems with some other streamers and brought the issue up with YouTube, who said that they would talk about it with their corporate betters. This was 2 days ago. Apparently, this has been a consistent problem for some people, but Brave Wilderness was streaming, and I saw them at the top. So there are 2 possibilities here, comrade. 3, actually, I should say. One is that this is a problem that is affecting live streams all across YouTube, and Brave Wilderness just lucked out and happened to be at the top of the feed. 2, this is a problem that is specifically targeting smaller streamers, and massive corporate ones like Brave Wilderness are not being delisted in the same way. Or 3, this is a specific politically oriented thing where they are delisting political streams. Now, I'm going to guess this is probably just a broad issue and that people are affected to different extents. I don't think that my specific channel has ever been, I don't think like, Captain YouTube all lately, they're like, oh, that Vosh guy's getting too big. Wow. I don't think that's happening, but I do think that I am worried. I see 5 of sub channels live right now, none of which are you. That is something that concerns me. This concerns me tremendously. Because if this is the case, right now, there is almost no way for people to find my stream through discoverability. There's just no way for people to just see it. You have to already be a fan of mine. Now, that is a serious problem. They're doing it to Sam Cedar, too? Really? Hold on. Well, when I go to Sam Cedar's page here, let's go to here. We'll go to neutral ground. Okay, we're gonna find here. Let me open up my not streaming, essentially my porn Google Chrome user account. Okay, here we are. Latest from the Majority Report. Nope, they're live right now. Look at that. 6.4K watching. That's about the normal amount that they get, unless there's like a really big thing going on. If I click on their channel, it shows here, both in the uploads and in the front video. And if I subscribe to them, I go to subscriptions. Yep, their live stream shows up right here at the top. But there is some good news, because look at this. I don't know if you can see it behind chat, but right now, it says that I'm streaming over here in the subscriptions list on the left side, even though it doesn't show me here where people actually look for their fucking videos. Something tells me this is just a listing issue, some coding error that is going to be fixed by YouTube sometime in the immediate future. It doesn't seem to be affecting Sam Cedar right now. Sam Cedar has about the viewership that I would expect normally from him. But again, I don't know. I was only just made aware of this problem. Whatever the case may be, I'm gonna have to ask you guys for a favor. Ring the fucking bell. I have no idea if this problem is going to be fixed. I have no idea if this problem is deliberately targeted at me. I don't know. Ring the bell. I know YouTubers. They say ring the bell, ring the bell. Wow, what a incredible the brave, subversive Vosh asking me to ring the bell on YouTube. Gosh darn, what an anti-establishment maverick he is. But if this ends up being something that isn't fixed, and I do think it'll be fixed, but if it ends up being maybe I'm too edgy for YouTube, Maybe I'm too edgy. Wait, Gayfesh says, Vosh, I have rung the bell. Your live streams do not show up in my notifications. Well, you know what? The bell doesn't even work with your channel. Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers plenty. Some people says it works, some people says it doesn't. I hate YouTube. Isn't it incredible that my livelihood... Thank you so much for the generosity, by the way. I'll respond to that shortly. Isn't it incredible that my livelihood hinges on the reliability of some incredibly complex algorithm that I don't understand and probably nobody understands, and it's just all fucking behind this black fucking frosted glass wall where engineers can like sort of vaguely tweak it, but nobody actually can. Oh, I'm nervous, folks. I've always been edgy, Why would YouTube want me? I mean, really, like, why would YouTube want me on their platform? I'm not big enough to make... I don't bring in a fraction of 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 a single percentage point of even like the political side of their income. All of my views are directly contradictory to everything that institutions like YouTube are trying to do to the world. I'm edgy. I don't know. It seems like if they wanted to, I could just disappear into the algorithm, and that could be that. That could literally be my entire, like blip. Like I'm doing good, and then a boop. YouTube just a little number changes. A 1 turns into a 0 somewhere behind the scenes, and there you go. That does scare me. In the meantime, the best thing that we can do, and I'm going to assume for now that this is a non-malicious, just error. What I'm going to assume is that this is just some fuck up that it happens all the time. And in the meantime, the best thing you can do, honestly, just follow my Twitter or follow the Discord. Be in the Discord. Because we get it, in both cases, we announce when I'm streaming. I'll be announcing all the streams on Twitter from now on. YouTube tweeted this not long ago. Oh, is there official recognition of this problem? Oh no, this is the coronavirus thing. Yeah, no, this is just them saying that because they have less workers physically in the place, there might be like more community guideline claims that aren't manually vetted. But I don't think this has anything to do with me. None of my videos are being removed. I'm not getting any YouTube like emails about how I violated guidelines. Unless I did? Wait, hold on. I'll check. I mean, let's see. Not YouTube. No, it's okay. No, nothing on that end. All right. So in the meantime, Twitter, Discord, please just, I love you guys. All right. I'm pretty sure it's all going to be over in just a few days, maybe a week. Until that point, let's just, let's enjoy the quality community time that we have together, okay? Look at how special all of us are. This isn't your grandpa's, political stream. Everyone here is an elite, seasoned Vosh viewer. Not the least of which being me. I am, in fact, the Discord isn't accepting new members. It will be soon. Twitter them. I am actually a #1 Vosh fan. Believe it or not. I've been following his work for as long as he's been putting stuff out. Watched every video of his. In fact, I'm going to try and find ways to ameliorate this problem. I'm going to try and put out a schedule. so that people will know when to tune into my streams. In the meantime, yeah. In the meantime, that's just all I can do. You got more live viewers on D Live? Yeah, literally, I did. I got like 2 or 3 times as many on D Live. It's pretty fucking wild. All right. Anyway, I'm just saying. I'm trying to be alarmist or anything. But if I do, I mean, I'm going to be imperative about this. If I do disappear down the algorithm hole, that's it. If the content gods have just decided it's time for me to be fucking axed, that's that. I won't be able to do this like for my living anymore, and this will go from my job, consistent uploads, consistent streams, to something that I have to do in the middle of like a wage cage job, you know. And that would suck because I really like doing this, and I like being able to do it a lot too. Go to D Live? No, that's hardly a serviceable long-term solution. No, not with Corona. Yeah, okay. Actually, I'll wait. Let's rephrase. Okay, here's the actual truth. If I don't get at least 4K viewers by tomorrow, I will just die. I will instantly die. Okay, that's okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I just want you guys to know. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Is this going to be the entire stream? No, that was it. I can't complain about this for 4 hours. Are you kidding me? What am I, fucking Tim Pool? Who am I, Stephen? Am I a conservative? What the fuck are you talking about? I can't bitch and moan about fucking YouTube algorithm nonsense for 4 hours. I don't have the fucking lung strength. Are you kidding me? No, I have my 10-minute piece. I'm good. I'm done. Not to mention, by the way, very important to point out, dipshits like Tim Pool will make multiple fucking video series on how YouTube is specifically and maliciously targeting them because their videos about how a white ethno-state is the only way to fix America's economic problems is getting demonetized. Fucking every one of my videos gets demonetized. Shut the fuck up. Every single fucking video I put out gets demonetized because I swear and because I'm edgy and because I use tag words that aren't acceptable. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about ad revenue, okay? Donation revenue, Patreon revenue, that shit keeps me going. Your fucking YouTube premium subscriptions, that shit, I get a lot of money from that. I don't even know what YouTube premium is. But ad revenue, I get nothing. In fact, hold on. What? I just the fucking audacity of these people, these fucking Tim Pool, who gets like 300,000 video views every fucking day or whatever, bitching and moaning about how his fucking ad revenue is taken down. Tim Pool absolutely makes like $500,000 a year, and he could be making what, like 40,000 more if ad revenue wasn't compromised. Hold on. Look at this shit. Every single fucking video I've put out in the past 2 weeks has been demonetized. Look at every one of them. Marvel Superhero, demonetized. Destiny debate, demonetized. Other Destiny debate, demonetized. Warren voters, demonetized. My completely fucking innocuous interview of the wonderful socialist senatorial candidate, Jana Ludwig, demonetized. Trump's national address, demonetized. Steven Crowder, demonetized. My fucking stream video of me responding to people's live stream donations with no tags or video title, demonetized. Ben Shapiro, demonetized. Bernie Sanders, demonetized. Sargon and Stefan Molyneux, demonetized. Alex Jones, demonetized. Trump, demonetized. Coronavirus, demonetized. OK Boomer Girl and Simpy, demonetized. Bernie Sanders, demonetized. Everything. When these people, here we go. We found 2 non-demonetized video. One of them was the last Bernie watch video, and then one of them was on Nina Turner getting white-splained. That's it. When Tim Pool and Crowder, who make a fucking insane amount of money, complain about their fucking videos being demonetized, these people are taking you for a ride, okay? They're fucking riding you to the bank, all right? Ilya, no. The premium is just if you subscribe to the channel. Wait, really quickly. Monetization. Wait, no, not monetization. Analytics. Look at how little money comes from ad revenue. It's insane how little comes from it. Wait. Revenue. Yeah, Crowder is given it fucking independent salary, too. Wait, okay, hold on. Breakdown. Yeah, look at this. Did you know you can get your channel verified in the channel options? Really? I want to get my channel verified. Look, this is how much your YouTube premiums matter. Are you ready to get some top secret back-end fucking revenue information? Are you ready to see the shit most YouTubers will never show you because most YouTubers want you to believe that they're on the brink of homelessness and that you need to donate 5 extra super chat bucks if you don't want them to starve to death? Okay? This is the past year of my YouTube revenue. So this is every dollar that I've made through Google. You safe to show that? Yeah, this is fine. So these are the 3 sources of revenue that I've gotten from Google over the past year. So the largest at 23,000 is your super chats. Thanks, guys. I love you all so much. And just below that is YouTube Premium. I still don't even know what YouTube Premium is. Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Ad revenue is fucking nothing. I mean, don't get me wrong, like it's something. Like this isn't nothing, but compared to the other sources, it really is nothing. This is honestly really low. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about ad revenue. Premium is the thing where you pay them to not play ads. Yeah, but I don't know how the subscription service works. See more? Is there like a other? Oh yeah, this is just like the super complicated data chart. 3,000 is nothing. No, 3,000 isn't nothing. But 3,000 relative to the other income that I get is nothing. And when people like Tim Pool complain about their videos being demonetized, that's the chunk that they're complaining about. They're talking about a piece being taken from the smallest wedge of the income that you would get as a YouTuber. It's a complete, just know that it's completely fucking disingenuous of them. Yeah, I'm just saying 3,000 over a year is still like a good money. Like, I'm not saying that's not like a good amount of money. I'm just saying it's very disingenuous when people who complain about ad revenue being compromised, like, oh, my channel's gonna die. No, it's fucking not. Most YouTubers make more money from YouTube Premium than they do ad revenue. Well, yes, most people wouldn't have the super chats because they aren't streamers. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure, like, dude, when Nick Fuentes was streaming, his fucking YouTube revenue from super chats was insane. Every single time I would drop by his super chat, every single time I would he or not a super chat, his live streams, he would literally just have like $100 dono, $100 dono, $100 dono, $100 dono, just nonstop, just like you just scroll through like every single fucking time. It was incredible, you know. It was insane. He truly made out like a bandit. With regard to the super chat donations. I mean, he really just ran away with it. It's funny, you know, for all of his hatred of the Zionist establishment, he probably made YouTube more money than I ever will. Just from the number of fucking degenerate neat Nazis who, in between their fucking 8-hour coom sessions to anime like foot hentai and interracial black porn, give away all their spare income to the person who's going to bring about like the white ethno state, and then he got banned from YouTube. You know. Oh yeah, YouTube Premium lets you listen to YouTube videos even if your phone screen is turned off. I should get YouTube Premium. Why don't I get YouTube Premium? Wait, I can just get YouTube Premium on my fucking second account, which is the one I actually watch YouTube videos on, and then just subscribe to myself. Wait, I'm barely gonna lose any money on this. Why don't I just do that? I just Yo. Baby!
He's calling him. He's freaking out.
Baby! Oh, you're so wet. Did people spray you? He's been a fucking idiot all day today. Yeah? 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 Yeah. Yeah. No! Claws! Don't eat me. Don't, no! Ow, ow, ow. Why claws? You have grip. You don't need the claws. Why? It's spite. Ow. Ah! Fucking idiot. All right. Blumby, look. When I flex my arm right here, it gives the illusion I have arm muscles. Okay, one more. Give him say goodbye. No, now you're gonna be quiet. Nope. That'll work. Idiot. Let me put him back, then we'll start the stream proper. Politics, the whole 9 yards. I love politics, you know, it's kind of my job. Not go over to me, I'm streaming. What an idiot. You require 100,000 subs to get a verified badge? Wait, that's bullshit. I've seen people with less subs than me who have a verified badge. I am positive that I have seen people with less than it's 60,000? Well, I have 60,000 subs. Would it help if people linked your stream in places peeps might be interested? Guys, listen, okay? If there's anything you ever want to do, which would in some way, shape, or form increase my total level of discoverability, fucking do it. Well, I'm not going to ask you guys to not shill. Are you kidding me? I appreciate the promotion. And there are people who view me who like my content so much they recommend it to their friends, their family. That shit really warms my heart, you know? Seriously, it really does. I know that I've done that for people that I felt very passionately about, and I know that it means a lot. It's a very strong sign of endorsement for you to feel comfortable recommending it to friends or family. There you go. Now, Politics 102. Can we get serious for a bit? Are we capable of being serious for a bit? Do you think we can do that? Because this is a topic that's been a long time coming. I don't think chat's capable of being serious. But this is something that I wanted to do. Listen up. Politics 101. I talked very basically about the basic information I think a person needs in order to be politically cogent. That basic level of information, that floor of understanding already puts you above the vast majority of people who vote, the vast majority of people who make their money online telling you who you should vote for. Being able to ground your beliefs in some kind of foundational value, like why do you believe Medicare for all is good? Well, because I believe it provides us the greatest likelihood of doing good for this, this, and this. Why is it good to do this, this, and this? Well, I believe it's good to do this, this, and this because it serves my greater goal of bringing about goodness in this way. That already puts you above almost everybody. when it comes to being able to elucidate your political opinions and defend them. And I've heard that many of my followers have used the contents of that stream to go ahead and win arguments with people they know, or just random folks online. And that's great. That really is fantastic. But there's something very specific that I want to talk about, and I think it's something that's been on the minds of a lot of people these days, particularly concerning the coronavirus outbreak in this country and every other country, and the way in which our government has failed to handle it. Liberalism. Its decline and what replaces it. Now, I've talked about this before, but I'm going to be real specific with this one. And before I am, I want to throw out a couple of disclaimers right off the bat, okay? Just really quickly. First of all, I am not a PhD in political science. While I have taken political science classes, and I am fairly well read on political theory, and I would like to think I'm just a generally well-educated person, that does not mean I'm an expert on these subjects, though I have synthesized a lot of information from experts. There is a narrative element to describing the progress of history that some people feel uncomfortable with. Some people's understanding of politics begins and ends with pundits and surveys and data and polling. And those things are very important components of politics and of political analysis. But it's also important to be able to fit history within ideological frameworks. An inability to do so leaves you, it's like a fish being unaware they swim through water. You need to know what's happening because it's the only way to chart broader ideological progress. There are some people, some types of people, who have throughout history been so concerned with the viability of a very, very specific margin of electoral politics of their time that they have failed to see the tide rising around their ankles. You know, what's that good old song? The times they are a-changin'? It's basically what it's about, you know? It's a good song. Grand narratives are not well respected by historians. Good thing I'm not a modernist, my friend. It's not a matter of one grand narrative, because there is no single narrative to describe the entirety of the human experience. Now, I subscribe very heavily to a lot of Marxist interpretations of history, but Marxism is not in and of itself capable of describing the totality of the human experience, even if I think it's pretty descriptive in some respects. I'm going to describe a particular narrative. It is one lens of analysis, one focal point from which one can analyze the progression of political science throughout the past 500 or so years. And that's something. But there is no end game. There is no final, synthesized interpretation that encompasses all others. There is no end to the analysis. It's just dialectic materialism. It's just historical materialism. It's just one way of looking at it. And in this respect, I think it is a pretty goddamn good way of looking at things. Now follow through with me here. Maybe I can turn this into a paint stream, huh? I think I will turn this into a paint stream. God willing, one of these days I'll hook up one of my multiple fucking tablets to my computer. Now, when did history begin? That's kind of a loaded question. History began at some indefinite point when people decided that it was worthwhile to chronologue their experiences. Or at least, that was the beginning of history insofar as we are capable of ascribing our understanding to it. Things happened before and after people started writing shit down, but we don't really know that much, apart from archaeological records, bone, cave paintings, prior to people beginning, civilization. And I'll get to the paint stream shortly. I want you guys to imagine what civilization must have been like very early on. We know about the agricultural revolution when people realized, hey, we can actually make food a lot more efficiently if instead of hunting animals in groups of 50 to 200 people, we instead settle down and use, seeds to grow large swaths of corn, maize, whatever, which we can then harvest. This takes far less energy and time, meaning that a smaller number of people proportional to the whole need to work on food, meaning that a small but growing group of people can focus on things that aren't food. That's basically how civilization kicked off, Though there is, and I think this is a very important distinction, an alternative interpretation of the beginning of civilization that I think is very interesting. I'm not entirely sure where I read this once, nor of the person who postulated it, but essentially what she said was the beginning of civilization was the first time, or the oldest record of a archaeologist unearthing a femur bone that had been healed and reset after being broken. Because, back in the day, back way in the day, if you broke your femur, or if you broke, a severely important bone like that, you were just dead. You were useless. You kidding me? What? You know where your femur is? If your femur breaks, you are literally useless to your tribe, to your group. You're done. I mean, what can you do? Like you just sit like in a chair and people carry you? No. So to take the time and energy and food and effort, the months it must have taken to heal that one person was an indication not only of the willingness, but of the ability to dedicate extra resources to the care and survival of one person. In essence, the beginning of civilization was the beginning of mutual aid. The idea that resources should be collectively organized and distributed to the benefit of everyone who makes up the greater whole. Whatever the case may be, civilization grew more complex, and we see the beginnings of material, so wrong, what the fuck? Well, I mean, this is her interpretation of the beginning of civilization. This wouldn't have been like 4,000 years ago. This would have been tens of thousands of years ago, like even before the agricultural revolution. But again, where civilization begins is as much a philosophical question as it is an anthropological one. This is tangential to what I'm referring to. Whatever the case may be, it's just different ways of thinking about a shared history that we all have, a great deal of interest in trying to piece together collectively as analysts. One thing that demarked the rise of civilized society is an increase in material hierarchy. Ye back in the day, you have tribe chieftains and the tribe, and there is hierarchy there, but it's fairly insubstantial. Go then take a look at Mesopotamia. Take a look at the Egyptians. Take a look at ancient Greece. Take a look at the Romans. I mean, the degree of material hierarchy there is infinitely greater than that which you would have expected from a pre-modern civilization, from a pre-agricultural civilization. And the reason for this is because the greater an effort is made to separate and to specialize the labor of people, the more opportunities there are to demark ownership of property and to exploit the relationship between those who own property and those who must work on that property. Essentially, the more shit there is, the more opportunities there are for there to be divides between those who own the shit and those who work on that shit. Really simple stuff. And as hierarchy became sort of the demarked, sort of accepted nature of society, so too were philosophies developed to naturalize that hierarchy. Now, let me tell you, folks, okay? For most of human civilization, the idea that people are equal would have been fucking laughable. Really think about that for a second. Do you think the Romans, of the patricians and the plebeians, of the Roman citizen and of the barbarian, do you think that there was any broader ideological tendency towards believing that fundamentally human beings are equal? If you read the if you read about what Socrates had said, because Socrates didn't write shit. If you read about, was it Plato? And who demarked the differences in human? What was it? The sanguine tendencies of the Middle Eastern man and of the Northern man, the thin-blooded Nordic men who were small of brain because the cold had... They read some really weird shit. No, that wasn't Plato. Was it Aristotle? The point of the matter is, we often attribute, early democracy to the Greeks, and they had their fun, but the idea of human egalitarianism This was not, I mean, people really didn't banter this about that much. And while I'm no philosophy major, I'm sure you'll find if you go back and fill in whatever gaps of knowledge I happen to have, this was mostly the case across the world. This was exactly the case over with Eastern philosophy as well, with Taoism and what have you, and with Confucianism. These were fundamentally hierarchical perspectives on how humans should be organized and how power should be organized amongst those people. This was the case for millennia. I mean, literally thousands of years, people just from birth to death believed some people were just better than other people. Not in some like deterministic, like, oh, well, this person got a better education, so their brain is bigger kind of way, but in a very foundational, like epistemic, they are a better person than other types of people. And the most recent incarnation of this philosophy, I think, is best described by the concept of divine right and of the relationship in feudalism between lords and the aristocracy and the peasantry. Divine right was the idea that the kings were kings not because of some petty mortal political scheming, but instead because God had chosen them. And divine right was kind of like the foundational belief that organized the philosophical hierarchy between the serfs and the people who had absolute total control over those serfs. I mean, the aristocracy didn't believe that they were aristocrats because they had lucked into certain bloodlines. They believed they were aristocrats because they had been divinely blessed with a greater ability to rule than the vast majority of the people in their country. I mean, has anyone seen Avatar: The Last Airbender? You know the bit at the end of season 2 where Princess Azula and Lao Feng are having a standoff over the Dai Li, and Princess Azula is like, "You've worked your entire life, you've struggled and clawed for power, but real power, the divine right to rule, is something that people are born with." You know, spoiling that 15-year-old cartoon for you guys. Yeah, that was essentially divine right, and people believed it. Now, were there some peasants who grumbled about this? Yeah, I'm sure, of course. But broadly, the channel through which people made prescriptions about the way the world worked and the way the world should be were pretty much limited to hierarchical, or at least hierarchical apologetic perspectives on humanity. And then, my friends, you'll never guess what happened next. Really guess. Come on. Come on. I know one. This is the easiest. Thank you. The Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was fucking crazy, my dudes. The Enlightenment was wild because, and listen, I do genuinely hate the people who fucking LARP about Western civilization and how the glory of Western civilization is baked into the foundation of every country. Nonsense. Most of the people, by the way, who tout the supremacy of Western civilization actively reject its greatest contribution to the world, which is the Enlightenment. Like, remember the PragerU video? The PragerU, Western Civilization 101, where they talk about how actually the Enlightenment was shit and the only real good Enlightenment thinkers were all the conservatives who nobody remembers and didn't really contribute meaningfully to the broader political and ideological dispositions of the Enlightenment. Remember that? Remember how all of the founding fathers of this country would have completely disagreed with PragerU's take on which parts of the Enlightenment were valuable? I remember that. That's pretty fun. Most people who defend the Enlightenment and Western civilization as being this like tight, like this great like civilization reigning force are people who would actively reject the tenets of the Enlightenment, and we're going to get to that in a second. But for now, the Enlightenment. The basic principles of the Enlightenment were as such, okay, and this developed over like from the 17th to the 19th centuries in Europe with great foundational thinkers. We all know the names, okay? We have all read some Locke in our time. Who hasn't read Locke? I mean, come on, guys. What is this? Elementary school? The basic ideas that were posited in he hasn't read Locke. The basic ideas that were posited in the Enlightenment collectively were as such, though obviously there was disagreement and contention amongst the many figures of the time, all right? Liberalism, human egalitarianism, separation of church and state, individual liberties, Small government insofar as it doesn't have as much of an influence on the autonomy of the average person. And on a philosophical and scientific basis, the belief in reason as a foundational tool of humanity. Keep in mind that for like a millennia now, the church has had a pretty tight lock and key on most on most scientific inquiry. I mean, we all know what happened to Galileo, right? What are you gonna do? But the Enlightenment kind of kicked all of that out to the curb, and we get this revitalization of political discourse where suddenly people start really questioning the monarchy as a concept. If you really genuinely believe that that human beings are fundamentally pretty much equal, the idea of a monarchy is fucking ludicrous. Are you kidding me? I mean, you could argue maybe for some form of authoritarianism that works within egalitarian humanism, but monarchy, the belief that God has chosen your leader, especially when you believe in the separation of church and state, it's no understatement to say that the Enlightenment basically kickstarted the beginnings of everything we understand about modern civilization, and the ideas of the Enlightenment have spread to every corner of the world. Even places as backwards as fucking Saudi Arabia have still had their broader political and scientific systems massively influenced by the Enlightenment, by the age of reason. And liberalism, which was the political system that was sort of derived from the principles of the Enlightenment, has more or less become the default mode of government in most parts of the world. There are lots of liberal governments. American, is a liberal government for the most part. Most of Europe is. To an extent, Russia is. China is. And these places certainly aren't communist. Liberalism is kind of like the default, like when you open up the character customizer screen, that's just what we see now at the beginning. It's a white dude. It's a white dude with like some scruff and like brown hair, and they're like pretty muscular, but not like crazy muscular, It's the default. But much like the white dude with the scruffy beard and the messy brown hair who's muscular but not too muscular, it's not actually a default. It's the default we assume should be the default because it's what we think is the default. It's a default we put there. It's not a real default. It's as one would, a re-fault, where you scream at the heavens for placing this before us as sort of the civilizational default. And liberalism has, I think, and I'll be forthcoming, done a lot of good. Human egalitarianism? Yeah, right? Separation of church and state, a belief in reason as a foundational property of the world that we can use to analyze our surroundings? Yeah. The belief that the individual rights? Yeah. Property rights? I know we have a contentious relationship with property rights, but keep in mind that at the time the alternative was the king owning everything or the church owning everything. So individual property rights as an alternative to the state and agents of the state owning everything? For their own, personal well-being? Yeah. And the belief in free markets. I mean, think about that for a second. For a really long time, the only way to really participate in broader mercantile efforts was to do so alongside the monarchy. That was mercantile capitalism. And what this usually would mean is that unless you're just some like village trader or village blacksmith or whatever, most of the broader efforts that were done commercially were done by trade corporations that worked alongside, monarchies. And these corporations were pretty unbased and very cringe. They essentially had monarchical authority to do whatever the fuck they want as long as it would maximize profits, because their profits would usually mean more wealth and more trade for the empire the king presided over. So there wasn't really a independent judiciary to negotiate conflicts between individuals and these corporations. There was just it was essentially just, think of it as like a sort of weird proto-fascism, where the arm of the state and the arm of corporations are unified to the extent that the individual doesn't really have any agency when it comes to dealing with trespasses and their rights. individual property rights and the laissez-faire economic principles of the Enlightenment were at the time. I mean, this is pretty, what's the term? Liberating? It's pretty liberating because now anyone can start a business. Anyone can start a business. And that's, I mean, good compared to the alternative. That's a positive change. I like the Enlightenment. It's why a lot of people say socialists are the ones who want to fulfill the promises of the Enlightenment, and fascists are the ones who reject it. So what do I want to fulfill? I mean, I like egalitarianism. I like freedom. I like the idea of people having control over their personal property, right? So it's not owned by like a landlord or by a lord of some kind. I think those things are great. But liberalism has come with a few problems. You see, alongside the implementation of liberal political policies came a most peculiar technological development, which we now know, of course, as the industrialization of the transition into industrial economies. And in a very short period of time, I mean an extraordinarily short period of time, I really want you to reflect on how substantial this change must have been to the people of the time. In 40 to 60 years, the relative proportion of the population who worked in agriculture and who worked in industry and towns basically flipped. Millions of people abandoned farms and abandoned their villages because work could only be found in cities along rivers, in massive factories that spewed pollution into the ground, the water, and the air, for which these people had absolutely no rights. Keep in mind, before labor standards weren't really a thing, think about what employment would have meant beforehand. For the average person in, let's say, England, prior to the Industrial Revolution, work is being a farmer on the farm that your pappy and your grandpappy and your great-grandpappy and your great-great-grandpappy owned, and just working as a subsistence, just to get enough food for yourself. You usually have a second farm that the Lord will allow for your personal, consumption, and then you produce enough good to the Lord. And you worked hard hours, and it was hard work, but this was ultimately a space where you had some degree of autonomy and control, right? Or if you were an artisan of some kind, you worked either with a guild or you worked as an apprentice to somebody more, with greater level of expertise than you. And in either case, guilds did tend to look after the people who worked for those guilds or within those guilds. And if you were an apprentice, your master probably doesn't want to break your hands and bones teaching you how to blacksmith. There's a material interest on the part of the blacksmith to keep healthy the person who they've been training for years. I mean, if you're a master, like you want to train a person for like 3 years, and then they cut off they lose an arm because of like lax safety standards. Like, oh, time to spend another 3 years. No, of course not. Factories. All of a sudden, nobody gives a shit about you or your labor or your health. You are just a fucking cog in the machine. You no longer live in a tight community of people who care about you, who you've known your entire life. You no longer have any expectation of workplace safety, because there is no, if you die, if you lose your arm, you're just replaced. Like, there's no, it is completely dead, monotonous labor that you could be trained to do in a couple of weeks. And if you die, like, honestly, the implementation of safety standards, is not worth the potential good that it could do with regards to the profit return of keeping their fucking workplace healthy. Okay? So all of a sudden, technology's booming. Factories are being built all along the riverside. Textiles, fucking manufacturing plants. A crazy number of fucking wild technological developments are being implemented, and none of them require any kind of meaningful artisanal labor. It just requires meat. You just throw meat into the metal, and money comes out. And boy, did a lot of money come out. I mean, those robber barons, let me tell you folks, these people got wealthy, the owners of these factories, and they used that wealth in large part to do things which would then exacerbate the speed at which they can make wealth. They build more factories. Sometimes they cozy on up to the mayors and governors of the towns and communities that they lived in to get some, maybe amicable deals when it comes to the development of their, industries. They will form, essentially sort of proto-police patrols to try and keep their workers in line, because keeping people from fleeing the factories or organizing was worth the money that you would pay at the salaries of these proto-police officers. Strike breaking and slave catching, the origins of modern police, by the way. And they did everything in their power to consolidate their overwhelming industrial wealth into the basis of what would soon become a political class. And this is where the critiques of, capitalism really come into fruition. Capitalism initially looked pretty great as an alternative to mercantile capitalism. When you imagine an agricultural society where most people just tend to their farms, and then you take away the overarching weight of government intervention, of monarchical, regulation, and of like the lords owning all the shit that you work on and everything that you produce, laissez-faire capitalism actually seems like a pretty great upgrade. But then when you introduce a natural hierarchical, what would you call it? Like a hierarchy, amplifier, like a factory where one person can own a machine that requires 400 people to operate and make an enormous amount of money from it, capitalism starts to develop some very serious problems. And this was the beginning of the downfall of liberalism. Because liberalism's purported economic solution to tyranny and to injustice, which is laissez-faire capitalism, has actually amplified both to an extraordinary degree. I want to make this really clear. The social elements of liberalism are defensible and valuable. Egalitarianism, what was it? Liberty, fraternity. I forget the full three, The social principles of liberalism, the philosophical principles, equality. Thank you. I know fucking what is this? Spanish? Get it out of here. I don't care. Okay, they should translate that into English. Maybe I'll remember it next time. The social, the philosophical principles, even the political principles, I think these are very defensible, but the economic principles are very, very susceptible to exploitation. And I don't need to fill you guys in on, I think, what happened afterwards. It's French, for fuck's sake. You think I don't fucking know? Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, liberté. Yeah, oh yeah, very fucking Spanish. Come on. Have a little bit of fucking decency. Have a little bit of charitability, guys. My fucking God. I can't make, oh wow, nice Spanish. You guys are like, wow. I took French 101 in high school, and I can tell you with a great degree of certainty that is in fact not Spanish. Okay, please. Yeah, libertinos. Yeah. Egalitino, libertinos, fraternitino. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. We translated it. Yeah, libertad. Now, okay. So where do we go? You guys know what happened from that point forward, right? Modern laissez-faire capitalism continues to spread. It spreads in England, it spreads in America, it spreads in France, and slowly it begins to spread over the world. And what this functionally means is that we have a democratic government where people vote, usually representative democracy. They vote on elected officials who then cast votes with regards to different issues. We have the Electoral College here in America. We have a representative democracy where people are, let's be serious with this, more or less free from government oppression for the most part. Now, obviously, the history of social liberalism in America is what one might say fraught with inconsistencies. All men are born equal, except for the blacks, and except for the Hispanics, and except for the women, and except for the gays, and except for the trans people. We know, okay? The fight for social liberalism has continued. But ultimately, it's when people like us who push for egalitarianism in these respects, who are fulfilling the wishes, or at least the ideological consistency, of the original liberal thinkers. People who advocate for the bondage or for the oppression of racial or religious or social or sexual or gender minorities are rejecting the principles of the Enlightenment, which is very cringe and unbased. Except for when I reject the principles of the Enlightenment, like, for example, capitalism, in which case it's very not cringe and very based. Bondage, really? That's what you guys got? Where are we today? Well, today, for the most part, we have legal equality. Now, obviously, here in the States, black folk are still oppressed. Yeah, we know trans folk, we know, okay. But let's focus specifically on where liberalism has failed, not where it has yet to be realized. Because the oppression of racial minorities isn't a fault of liberalism, it's a failure to invoke its principles. But capitalism and the alienation and inequality it's brought about is unquestionably a foundational flaw in the nature of the Enlightenment and of the solutions it proposes to human inequality. Right now, today, we live in an unprecedented era of wealth inequality. There has never been a time of such wealth inequality since the days of the pharaohs and slaves. I'm serious. You can go look at the relative numbers if you want to. The amount of income inequality, of wealth inequality, right now is astronomical. You've all heard the stats, right? The top 0.1% own as much as the bottom 50% of Americans. I don't know the exact numbers, but it is fucking insane when you think about it. I mean, it is, the disparity here is ludicrous. Like, my God. This wasn't even the case back during the Gilded Age. I mean, even right before the Great Depression, like, they weren't even close to us. Modern society, like, we look at the Great Depression, the Gilded Era with the robber barons and stuff, and we look at that and we think, what fucking amateurs, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Not even close. Not even close. So what do we do with this? Well, there are a lot of people who pretend to be, scholars of liberalism who will defend this inequality to some extent or another, who are of the opinion that this is just perhaps like a mild over-exaggeration of an otherwise defensible trend, that income inequality is not in and of itself a problem because we live in a meritocratic capitalist society, which means that, hey, if you make a lot of money, it means you were able to provide a product a lot of people wanted. Damn, if you make a lot of money, that actually means you're a benefit to society. They pretend, But let's be real for a second. I mean, let's really, really be real. Capitalism is shit. It has really fucked us over. Now, don't get me wrong, it's better than mercantile capitalism, but, I mean, if I complained right now about Trump, would you come up to me and you would say, like, oh, you think Trump is bad? Really? What, you think he's worse than Henry VIII? To which I would have to admit, no, I would probably prefer to have Trump over a Henry VIII monarchy presiding over America. I will admit that. I feel like we should maybe be able to set a higher bar, though. Maybe economic solutions that were beneficial 300 years ago in a completely different economy, in a completely different society, with completely different distributions of labor, aren't actually modes of economic organization that are most effective at dealing with the problems we face today. Possibly. Now, my opinions on this have been clear. I'm an anarcho, syndicalist, but I usually advocate for market socialism when I'm doing my streams because I find that A, I'm not of the opinion that it is possible to transition directly to an anarchic society without some sort of transitionary stage where workers have control over the means of production, and B, if I'm trying to make arguments that I want to change people's minds, it's usually just as effective for me to get them started on the path to socialism than it is for me to try and sell them on the most extreme form of leftist ideologies off the bat. Market socialism is extremely defensible. I can empirically demonstrate that worker co-ops are in many cases better than traditionally owned corporations. I can empirically demonstrate that there are many ways in which the disparity between the wealthy and the poor, or the bourgeois and the proletariat, hurt modern society. There are empirical ways that I can make arguments here. Whereas usually arguments for anarchism are highly abstract, esoteric, and theory-driven. Which doesn't mean they're invalid. It just means that they can be harder to make in quick, concise debate formats. Nobody's going to come here and say like, I don't think anarchism can work because you need a state to have police, and then listen to a 35-minute diatribe I have on how the nature of man. It's just not. It's not very good for the format, folks. So I usually advocate for market socialism as a transitionary step towards more meaningful change. But I do believe ultimately in an abolition of the commodity form, the real transition away from capitalism. My opinions on this are pretty goddamn clear. And I know a lot of you agree with my opinions because you view my content. But I want to explain to you why I believe the things that I do. I want to explain to you why I believe that the liberal solution to economics has failed. The incredible disparity in wealth that we live in right now in our society also translates into a disparity in power. A good liberal should believe in egalitarianism and democracy. But democracy only functions if people have an equal degree of representation when it comes to the decisions that are made in the government. And egalitarianism, as much as it is an ideological principle, is also a practical one that is undercut by some people having an overwhelmingly greater amount of power than other people. Billionaires, or the bourgeois, business owners, have an incredible amount of power, infinitely more so than I do. They're capable of arranging meetings with congresspeople and senators. They're capable of donating to super PACs and building organizations and think tanks to affect policy proposals. They're capable of lobbying directly. They're capable of making campaign contributions. They are capable of buying votes with massive amounts of targeted advertisements. Bloomberg was, with money alone, able to get like 13% of the vote until he embarrassed himself on the debate stage. That's a lot. Even though he floundered, imagine if Bloomberg had been a real human being and not a fucking, reptilian rapist. I mean, who knows, right? Money gives you a lot of power. And for the same reasons we recognized back in the days of feudalism that the disparity in power between the aristocracy and the serfs meant that functionally the serfs didn't have that much of a shot at living a life of egalitarianism, so too do I make that argument today. There's an argument that people will sometimes make. Usually these people are conservatives. They will make the argument that there is no racism in modern society, no systemic racism, I should say, because there are no laws that say black people are worse than non-black people. Have you ever heard that? I know I've heard it quite a few times. There are no racist laws in the book. How can there be institutional discrimination? What? How is that possible? Find me a law that says the government can find me that law. To which I must remind them, and to which I must respond, every time, that discrimination can be channeled through legal means overtly, but sometimes it can also be implicit. Sometimes it can also be reaffirmed through the biases of the system. So much in the same way that there is no law in our society that says wealthy people are more of people than non-wealthy people, it nonetheless remains a fact of the world. Due to the implicit biases of people and due to the way in which our system prioritizes the wealth. But it's not just because capitalism and the economic disparity that it brings fundamentally undermine democracy and egalitarianism that I oppose capitalism. Have you ever felt alienated, comrades? Alienation is a feeling of distancing from your society. It's a feeling of removal. It's common in depression. Sometimes it's a psychological characteristic, but sometimes it's very much a product of, real physical material circumstances. Sometimes I feel alienated, though I must say I haven't felt as much so ever since I started doing this, because I now have a deeply personable social, advocacy job that puts me in contact with a lot of people who are passionate and share my interests. But think about the average person. Maybe some of you guys. Or actually, no. Let's think about me. I think it would be nice to think about me here. Whose experiences am I more familiar with than my own? I didn't always do this job. I used to work regular jobs. I worked at a restaurant. I worked as a security guard. Then I worked at a frozen yogurt joint. I also worked briefly. My mom got me a little job at her place for like 2 months. I just like minimum wage. Like I moved coffee around, I was a coffee lugging machine. As that was my role. Yeah, I know. I'm a wealthy nepotism boy. I know. But I, excluding the coffee moving job, because I worked with my mom, who is a lovely human being, and I love spending time with her. I worked 3 jobs in which I experienced a great degree of alienation. Take my security job, for example. I was security for Ross stores. You know what I'm talking about, right? Ross, Dress for Less. And my job there essentially was to stand at a podium and to make note of anything suspicious that I saw, to patrol the store, check restrooms, and hassle homeless people off the property. I have to do that a lot. I refused to do it most of the time, unless they were being an active nuisance, but it was something I was expected to do. I usually just ignored them until the manager would hassle me, because fucking homeless people have enough to deal with. And anyway, I would work this. It would be 8 hours a day. It was always 8 hour shifts, which I guess like the standard big boy shift. I worked this job while I was in college. I had very, very little free time back then. I would go to work, and my shift started at 5 a.m. and then they would end, and I would go home, and I would have like a lunch, and then I would go to class, like night classes, and then I would come back home and I'd fall asleep and so on. Working like full time and doing college is really, really tough. And I felt there was something that I felt while going through the motions here, because when I would go to class, I was usually so tired. I didn't really have much of an opportunity to engage with the classroom. I would do the homework and the classes and stuff, but it was pretty much just in out with me. I didn't have much of a social element there, before heading back home. And when I worked at the job, the turnover rate at that workplace was so high that I never had a chance to be friends with anyone else. They would go through a new worker every week. I would train people like nonstop. Like every week, it'd be like, here's the new guy to replace the last guy. I never had a chance to befriend anybody. I wasn't allowed to leave my podium. I wasn't really allowed to communicate with people over the radio unless it was something like desperately urgent, which I guess is fine because, not everyone should have to hear me socializing with one person. Often when I would round the store, I'd go by some of the other like workers, and I would try to talk with them for just a little bit. It would be like 30 seconds. But the conversation that I tried to have with them was always really undercut by the fact that both of us were nervous about being called out by the manager for talking to one another. We didn't really have a chance to communicate, you know? Lunch breaks were 30 minutes, but the workroom behind the store, the little break room, was so dingy and smelled so bad that most people would just eat their lunch in their car. So there wasn't really an opportunity to socialize with people at any given point. Even during the little 15-minute food breaks that were legally required to get, which I would not spend in my car. There was just like 2 or 3 people of the 40 people who worked there who would go back there, and everyone else would just like chill at their post. Older workers weren't allowed to have chairs because the manager thought that it would look unprofessional for these older women who had like bad knees to be sitting down at some point during their 8 hour shift. So they would just stand. If they leaned, they would get yelled at sometimes. Um, Now, thankfully, my knees were great. My knees, top tier knees. Okay, I could do my little Russian, the little Russian dance. You know what I'm talking about? The little up, hey up with the hat. My knees are great, so I was fine. But not everyone was. You'll notice, by the way, that by the way, find me like a business place, retail or grocery store or whatever that allows like workers to sit down on their shift. Find me. Maybe some of the better places, but for most stores, nah. You got bad knees, you're fucked. You're just fucked. You put knee braces on, those knee things, and you put just loose jeans over it, and that's how you make it through. I worked at this place for almost a year, and I never really made a friend. There were some other security guards who I would talk to amicably, but then they would leave the job. I never really made a friend. I never really had an opportunity to communicate with people. I was very lonely, even though I spent my entire day around other people, in classes and at work. And that is a feeling of alienation, which I will explain in great detail as soon as I blow my nose, because I've got the sniffles. Okay? People made fun of me the last time I blew my nose without fucking camera scene switching, so fuck you guys. No longer. Why doesn't he just mute? Because they made fun of me last time. They made fun of me last time, and now you're never going to see me blow my nose again. Okay? You all ruined the fun. If there were any fucking snot enthusiasts in chat, okay, listen. A lot of people feel alienation at their workplace. It used to be, back in the ye olden feudal days, that nearly everyone developed a pretty intimate relationship with the community that they lived in, the village. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Human beings are biologically programmed to form these kinds of relationships because these are the types of communities that we built back during our hunter-gatherer days. I'm not making any biologically prescriptivist claims here, but it seems to be psychologically the case that human beings are happiest when we live in close-knit communities where we know, not like best friends, but we know about 50 to 200 people. That doesn't mean that the community can't be larger than that. It just means that the society has to be organized in such a way where people have the opportunity to form those relationships. People formed villages like that for a reason, you know. It wasn't just because they were economically optimal. It was because that's how humans seem to get along pretty well. That was broken during the Industrial Revolution. Oh, it's 150? Well, whatever. That was broken during the Industrial Revolution. And it's broken today. Now, there are communities and cities, but it is an empirical fact that the average person these days has far fewer friends, loses their virginity later in life, has a harder time maintaining a relationship, and has a lessened sense of community and community integration than they did previously. Those traits have been going down since modernity. A lot of it has to do with technological developments as well, but there are also extremely strong empirical indicators that this is not just a technological development, that this is a product of... How many of you know your neighbors? You know the average American commute is 45 fucking minutes? Who the fuck knows their name? I don't... You work in a different neighborhood than you live? And the neighborhood you live in, everyone's busy all the time. You work from 8 to 5, and then you have kids, and the parents, they don't have time to meet. There are very rarely neighborhood gatherings anymore. How often do you see those? I grew up in Beverly Hills. Right now I'm in Seattle. I've lived in a wide variety of areas in my life, you know. This community element to our cities is just not that common anymore. I mean, and you think it's bad in the cities. Imagine how bad it is out in the fucking Rust Belt. Poverty amplifies everything. And while there are some types of poverty that I believe amplify the communal interest, there are other types, like having to work 3 fucking jobs a day to feed your kids, pay your car loans, and pay your fucking rent, that significantly dampen your ability to form meaningful relationships. There are so many factors to our society that impede us in our ability to form meaningful relationships. The commute shown to be unhealthy, decreased life expectancy, and it means that we're working in neighborhoods that we don't live in, making it less likely that we interact with people we already know, making it less likely that we form friends. High turnover rates at many service worker jobs, meaning that there's no time to work with people and develop those friendships. Managers often discourage friendship making, or at the very least, socialization amongst the people who work there. Our cities are built in these highly atomized units where it's pretty much just expected that you know, like, your friends and maybe your next door neighbor. The idea of people living the way they did back in the days of, like, the fucking villages, where people would know by name, like, a large group of people they had intimate ties and relationships and mutual obligations with and to, that is gone. That is not here anymore. And people are getting lonely. Loneliness is getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, and that is amplifying the increased degree of suicidality, of anxiety, and of other medical disorders or psychiatric medical disorders that are plaguing people, particularly, by the way, white people, particularly, by the way, white men, because white families in this country tend to be disproportionately wealthy compared to other ethnic communities, and moreover, there is a particular social component to the archetypical whiteness that seems to alienate people further from their environments. I don't know, maybe this is like a little bit stereotypical of me, but I really do feel like Asian and Hispanic families and Black families form way better family bonds and way stronger community relationships than white families tend to. And with men, it's even worse because women are encouraged to form intimate social and interpersonal relationships with the people they're around because it's expected that they can be emotionally open and vulnerable, whereas men are expected to close themselves off, furthering their degree of alienation. Thereby, white Western men have the most insanely fucking high degree of suicide in this country by a huge disproportionate rate. My God! It's all alienation, folks, and at the ground level, it is amplified by two basic things, technology and social organization. And technology is one subject, but right now social organization is what I am rambling about. So if capitalism, because everything that I just described economically is a product of capitalism, it's a product of the inability for workers to meaningfully dictate the environments in which they work and meaningfully alter them. Capitalism has increased social alienation, increased human inequality, cheapened and worsened and weakened our democracy, and brought about a society in which the vast majority of people live and work in environments over which they have next to no control, both politically and socially. That alienation is, I think, more descriptive and more predictive of the changes that have come over the past decade to our political discourse than anything else. Liberalism is failing because liberalism, as we understand it, is not capable of dealing with human alienation. It's not capable of protecting democracy against market intervention. It's not capable of securing egalitarianism along class lines. And unfortunately, these are fatal problems. And we're on the precipice now of another paradigm shift. It is entirely possible that in 10 or 15 years, all of this fire and fervor in which we currently live will blow over, and we'll enter another 60-year period of milquetoast liberal reform. We'll get another 1950s to 2000 to 2010, you know? Maybe axe the 60s. We'll just get a nice long, we'll get like some milquetoast like healthcare reform, and some Obama type Democrat will come in and talk about how they're going to build a greater new society. And what it will mean is that tax brackets for the upper class are increased slightly, and somebody builds like a homeless shelter somewhere in Detroit. Maybe. Or maybe Marx was right, and maybe the internal antagonisms of capitalism will eventually lead to its demise. Maybe this time it'll be it. Liberalism simultaneously prioritizes democracy, but then champions an economic ideology that subverts democracy. It champions equality, but then also champions an economic ideology that destroys equality along class lines. It champions human individuality and human freedom, but subjects everyone to material conditions that radically increase alienation. These are agitations within our political paradigm that cannot be resolved through reform, according to Marx. But there was one element of, maybe not Marx himself, but of Marxian cheerleaders that I take issue with. They say communism is inevitable, that the failures of capitalism will grind themselves to a halt and eventually will have, it'll fall and we'll have socialism. I don't believe that. I do believe something will come next, and that something will be brought about by populism. Populism is the opposite of, what would you call it, establishmentarianism? Institutionalism? Populism is a belief, basically. It's an electoral strategy. My lizard's dancing over there. My God, look at her. Look, she's doing a little fucking jig. You have fun, okay? Populism is an alternative to whatever, institutionalism, whatever, which essentially posits this. The system is failing. Our leaders and our system are not capable of dealing with these failures. Only the rise of a strong, independent, maverick to power can bring about the radical changes that we, the people, want. Bernie Sanders is a populist. Don't lie to yourselves. You all want Bernie Sanders to go into office and then be a fucking big dick Chad and whip Congress in line, whip the Supreme Court in line, stack the fucking courts, fucking blue wave it, and then push through all of the policy we've been jerking off to the dreams of for the past 20 years. Well, you know you want it. Of course we do. I want it. Bernie Sanders is a populist. I don't think there's anything wrong with populisms. I like populism because populism is usually a response to decades of impotent incrementalist decline. Populism doesn't arise when things are going great. Populism arises when people feel the leadership isn't doing their job. And I've felt the leadership isn't doing their job properly for the entire history of this country. So shit. I mean, you know, I'm here for it. The issue is populism isn't inherently leftist. Populism is just, it's politically neutral. Anyone can be populist. Hell, if you really want to, you Shanghai yourself a populist centrist. Take a look at Obama. Obama masqueraded as a progressive, and there was a lot of very legitimate populist fervor behind Obama. And then when he, actually got into the White House, he took his mask off and he was like, psych! I've got 8 years in office. I've got a blue fucking Congress. For the first time in fucking like a million years, we've got blue Senate and we've got blue House. I'll give you a watered down Heritage Foundation plan. I'll negotiate with Iran and DACA. I guess we can get you DACA, okay? 8 years. Here's your progressive revolution, folks. Nothing fundamentally changes. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to leave the internal antagonisms of this society so fucking severe that Trump is the next person. A fucking steak salesman. A fucking incestuous rape merchant is going to be the next president on account of my inability to meaningfully unite the nation. What are you going to do? Yeah, more like Obama. Oh, bummer. Yeah, because he's a bummer. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, wet sauce merchant, exactly. Every liberalism has had these decline periods before, but none of them were as severe as today, with the possible exception of, the Great Depression. Socialists and anarchists and fascists were all pretty fucking active during the 1930s. A lot of people don't like to talk about it now, but there were Nazi rallies in America. Many American officials publicly praised Hitler back during his rise over in Germany because he was bringing order to the country, because he was, because he was unifying the German people, because he was favorable to industry in a way that the comparatively progressive Weimar Republic was not. There were a lot of people out there who were pretty big Hitler fans, pretty big, cheerleaders. And there were likewise, back during the 1930s, a lot of socialists and anarchists. I've said it before that the only reason why work is tolerable today is because people who believed what we believe fought and died like 100 years ago to get us these things, That was, we owe so much to those people. The union leaders, the strikers, the anarchists and the socialists back in those days who literally died, who were killed in riots, who were shot by the Pinkertons, who were bombed by their own government, fighting for the right to not die in between the gears of a fucking loom, fighting to not have children, fucking 8-year-olds, being used as chimney sweeps as you push them up and down the fucking smokestacks of the factory. Cool stuff. And of course, we know what happened to that tide of populism, don't we? FDR came in, he bragged about how he had saved capitalism by implementing social reform programs through the Great Deal, or through the New Deal, sorry. And the fascists were so unhappy with his stopgap of, real populist change that they attempted to stage the business plot. You know? You guys know that, right? Remember? When all of the great business not all of them, of course, but when some of the great business leaders and bourgeois elite of this country got together and actually actively planned to overthrow the presidency to establish a fascist dictatorship so that they would have to pay less in taxes? Pretty cool, right? Did you know one of those people was a Bush? Did you know that? Yeah, I know, it was pretty cringe. Pretty wild, right? No, yeah, literal Bush, like direct descendant, yeah. I'm going to take that literally. It was a literal shrub. Yeah, a piece of foliage was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. So populists, I mean, again, those people would have been, if they had succeeded, fervently pushed by American fascist populists. We now find ourselves in a comparable position today, and there are three routes forward for us. Liberal centrists like FDR, he wasn't a centrist, but in relative to the massive fucking, populist discrepancies to his left and to his right, he was unquestionably a centrist there. Liberal centrists will find a way to pacify populist rhetoric by implementing social reforms of some kind or another, or the populists will win. And the populists will either be socialists or they will be fascists, because socialists and fascists fundamentally respond to the exact same feeling of alienation and social distancing. Really think about it for a second. And when I say think about it for a second, I actually mean about 30 seconds, because I drank a fuck ton of coffee before the stream, and I'm going to go pee real quick. 1 second. So as I was saying, yes, hide the memes, get them out of here. So yes, of course, I washed my hands. So as I was saying, populism. I am a populist because I believe there is no way to meaningfully address some of the greater contradictions in modern liberal democracy through incremental change. I don't think there's any way to do it through our current system. I don't think there's any way we can push a bill called End Alienation through Congress. I don't think there's any way for us to address the multitude of institutional issues that we face, so long as the people who benefit from the existence of those issues have a disproportionate amount of control over our democratic process. Ultimately, society is all about incentives. Society will fall, and the people in a society will fall in places according to where they are incentivized to go. That's how you build a good society. You incentivize people to do good behavior. As long as corporations are monetarily incentivized to fight against reform, as they have for their entire history in this country, there will be no overcoming them. We have been losing labor rights for the past century. We have been gaining economic inequality over the past century. This isn't some like I want to be very, very, very fucking clear. to everyone who believes that this is a matter of like incrementalism versus like revolution, it's not. There is no incremental solution to the problems I have discussed: income inequality, alienation, and the subversion of our democracy, because these problems have been getting worse over the past century. They haven't been. It's not as though it's like, ooh, we can let it slowly improve, or we could risk everything with revolution. Things have been getting worse with no signs of improvement. None. This isn't there isn't a juxtaposition here between maybe one day, it'll be fixed through a bill being passed, and maybe one day, the glorious socialist revolution will succeed. This is a juxtaposition between allowing this problem to exist into perpetuity or doing something with it. Because everything that I've described to you, there are some things that have gotten better, like social rights, for example. Maybe not for black people, because as I've discussed on this channel before, in many ways black people are in a worse position than they were 60 years ago, because at least during the Jim Crow era, they were allowed and afforded certain dignities and institutional stability with regards to their neighborhoods, whereas nowadays they have been subject to not only living in the same neighborhoods due to economic inequality and due to a perpetuation of the redlining that they lived under before, but the drug war has literally obliterated their communities, and the rate of disproportionate imprisonment has essentially replaced. I mean, yeah, crack given by the CIA. The drug war is extremely cringe. And by the way, let me but segregation was still cringe. That's not me defending segregation. I'm saying that before we were beating black people with a mallet, and now we're beating black people with like a slightly different mallet. And people will say like, well, look, that original mallet is no longer being used to wallop the black folk. To which I must of course point out that we have a different mallet. Not defending the original mallet. What if we had no mallets? A former Nixon aide legit said the drug war was deliberate, meant to target black people. Yeah, of course. Of course it was. The only reason marijuana is still a Schedule 1 drug is because it was originally used to target fucking Mexicans. Opiates were originally legislated with like fears of the duplicitous Chinese coming into this country and bringing their deplorable opium dens that were forced onto them by the fucking British into this country. All of the drug policy of this country has been shaped by fucking marginalizing ethnic minorities. Okay, it's very consistent across the board. Yeah, hooray for colonialism. There are things that have gotten better. The treatment of ethnic minorities generally gotten better. Sexual gender minorities, great, okay. But when it comes to economic issues, things are getting worse, fast. Productivity has skyrocketed, whereas the relative rate of compensation has not. There is now a greater degree of synchronicity between the will of corporations and the will of the government than ever before. The passage of the Citizens United bill has made it almost impossible for grassroots efforts to target or even like politically, condemn the financial origins of many of our elected officials, like the financial backers, because it makes it incredibly difficult for us to even understand who's funding who. That's why we call it, like dark money, or as Pete Buttigieg would call it, black money. It is a things have gotten so fucking bad, dude. Wasn't a bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misspeak? Citizens United. Yeah, not a bill. Supreme Court decision. Yes, my apologies if I misspoke. Things have gotten really fucking bad. So, I mean, what do we do? Well, the juxtaposition is usually socialism or barbarism, right? That's usually like the 1-2. Socialism is where we say liberalism has failed. It has procured an economic system that is anti-egalitarian, anti-democratic, and anti-humane. We must address this. And at least for now, the best way to address this is to reconcile the political difference in power between the bourgeois and the proletariat. That there is too great of a difference between people who own private property and people who work on that private property, and that difference leads to the vast majority of the population kind of getting the short end of the stick. That if the people were able to dictate the conditions of their work, say goodbye to workplace alienation. Are you kidding me? Do you really think about it, okay? I'm not saying it'll fix everything, but really think about it, okay? Do you really think if if you guys could determine how your workplaces were run, do you really think we would still have stoolless fucking 60-year-old women with knee braces? Do you still think we would have managers screeching at you if you talk for 30 seconds to a coworker? Do you still think we would have lunch breaks and like snack breaks mandated by the state at the absolute minimum, shoved into tiny little cubby holes where it's impossible to communicate with the people who you spend half of your life with? No. And luckily for me, this is empirical. The degree of workplace satisfaction at worker co-ops is significantly higher than the degree of workplace satisfaction at traditional businesses. I imagine that would increase even higher in a society that prioritized worker co-ops. It's not even an ideological argument. This is a factual one. If there was no longer a significant disparity in the wealth between people who own businesses and people who worked at businesses, because everyone who works at a business owns it collectively, do you really believe that our cities would be designed the way they are now? Do you really believe that the financial pressures that get cities to be organized in the way they are presently would continue to exist in the same way? Do you really believe, for example, that cities would deliberately stamp on the development of public transportation just because the mayor is in buddy with like Ford or any other auto industry, like lobbying giants? Do you believe that the media will still be regurgitating from a black box the opinions of the sponsors and donors and owners of that media? Do you really think the degree of opaqueness will be continued in a society where every business decision has to be conducted through public discourse and through democratic voting within the framework of their own business, with absolutely no way to make decisions without them being passed through a huge public channel? Do you really believe that society would continue to serve the interests of the wealthy if there were no longer any substantially wealthy people, or at least no people who are substantially wealthier than others? How could they? That's just my belief, at least, you know. A lot of what I've said, the things that I can test at least, like worker co-ops, are empirically verifiable. Whether or not you believe that the dissolution of the bourgeois class would lead to a substantial increase in the economic livability of the average person in this country, I mean, I think it's convincing. But there is another way populism can manifest following a public recognition of the inability of liberalism to reconcile its own internal inconsistencies. We all know it. None of us love it, except for maybe a few of you guys in YouTube chat. I got my eye on you fucking people. Fascism. Right now, in America, we are 10 times closer to a fascist revolution than we are a socialist one. The roots of this country are, and to some extent always have been, deeply fascist. The modern Republican Party is a party of fascism. It is not a liberal party. People will often say Democrats and Republicans are the same, but there is an essential difference. The liberal, centrist Democratic Party merely enables fascism, while the Republican Party openly practices it. Chomsky said the Republicans are the most dangerous political party there is, and he's completely right. The modern-day Republican Party is the most dangerous political institution in the history of the planet, including, and I'm being very serious about this, the German Nazi Party. I'm not joking when I say that. Now, have the Republican Party caused a Holocaust? No, not... Well, actually, wait, hold on. Well, wait. Maybe they didn't cause the Holocaust. But if we take a look at... let's hold on, folks. Wait. Who currently leads the world in public discourse and political advocacy concerning, like the UN or broader, political mobilization. It'd be us. I mean, America and China are both pretty big players, but I still think we tip out in that. And the Republican Party is single-handedly responsible for the myth that climate change is a debatable subject in this country. Murdoch media. We got the US, we got England, got Australia. These countries, all of them with media being pushed by the same guy, by the way, Murdoch. I don't know what it is with that guy. Real big contentious conversations on climate change. All funneled through the Republican Party. Climate change is probably going to end up killing hundreds of millions of people. And when that happens, and it is going to happen, there is no stopping it, only alleviating it. The Republican Party will be the vessel through which through which that tragedy takes place. Even if we ignore the Afghanistanian war, the Iraq war, even if we ignore the persecution of minorities in this country, even if we ignore all that shit from the Republican Party, their record on climate change alone, that single issue, means that the Republican Party will have more blood on their hands than any other political party in the history of this planet. I'm serious about that. They are fascist. They are utterly beholden to the interests of the financial elite, and the financial elite, as they were back with the 19-something business plot, 1932 business plot, the financial elite are interested in fascism. Why do fascists do what they do? Well, to a fascist, the alienation you are currently experiencing, the alienation we all know exists, that we've all been feeling, is a product of a wide variety of things. It's a product of global financiers placing their profit motive above the interests of the nation. It's a product of the liberal elite pushing for multiculturalism, which is disiluding and destroying the culture of your forefathers. It is ultimately about minority groups sharing space with you in a way that is ultimately destructive towards the wellness of your people. Invariably, to a fascist, their people is some sort of ethnic nationalism. It's not just white people, and it's not just America. It's white Americans. There are some fascists who, astoundingly enough, don't seem to have a highly racialized perspective on their political goals, but these people are far and few between. For the most part, fascism is a form of ultra-nationalism with a highly racialized component that believes two fundamental things. One, that liberal degeneracy, which can include everything from gay people to trans people to miscegenation to the very existence of immigrants, is a plot to destroy the well-being of the aforementioned nationalist racial group, and that there is a need for an immediate and glorious revival, an almost mythological revival of the past civilization that your forefathers used to enjoy and live in, free of those degenerate influences, that needs to be brought about. That's pretty much every fascist belief in a nutshell. There are other tendencies too. A veneration of industry, not of global capitalism, with big, parentheses around it, but of industry as a concept, the veneration of strength, the belief that violence and power are things which are good in and of their own right, the belief in human hierarchy being either inevitable or actually desirable, the belief that certain minority groups within and without the nation are deliberately targeting your people for destruction out of vitriol, the belief that there are threats both domestic and international that need to be combated with the mobilization of your entire country, the belief that life is lived for struggle. I agree with them on that one, but for completely different reasons. The belief, generally the tendency towards chauvinism and of male worship, the belief in anti-intellectualism, the rejection of intellectualism as a bourgeois decadence, essentially, or degenerate decadence, depending on who you ask, Nazguls or traditional Nazis. And usually a grand conspiratorial narrative when it comes to the subjugation of their people. You need that feeling of victimhood. You need that feeling that you personally, or that your race, your people, are being prosecuted, or I'm sorry, persecuted, in a deeply morally, unabidable way, and that it needs to be opposed with all of the means at your disposal. These are the foundational principles of fascism, and it is a response fundamentally to the very same alienating characteristics that socialists refer to as well. Now, fascists are monsters. They really are. These people are genuinely subhuman. Anyone who practices the tenets of fascism, most Trump supporters do, really are abominable human beings. Who exist purely to drag down the lives of others. They are the dredges of humanity, the black slurry at the bottom of the Greek mocha cup. They are truly terrible human beings. Many of them have been suckered into this from propaganda. There's a reason why the fascist propaganda network, that is to say, though they have many different beliefs, they all fundamentally lead people in the same direction. Sargon of Akkad, Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, Paul Joseph Watson, Black Pigeon Speaks. There's a reason why their propaganda network is so effective and so persistent. And the reason for that is because absent a propaganda network, people would not be inclined towards fascism the way they are today. You see, my advocacy for socialism doesn't meaningfully benefit me any more so than my advocacy for anything else would. Actually, because you guys are so generous to me, it's in all likelihood I'd be placed in a much higher tax bracket in a proper market socialist society, And not that I own any means of production to be seized, but by no metric am I acting in my own best interest here. But for fascist groups, fascists, at least fascist leadership, look at Stephen Miller, for example, or Steve Bannon, these people directly, imminently profit from the widespread fascist discourse because they are looking to elevate their own class and racial privilege in society. These are, in my opinion, personally, these are indications of the fact that people would naturally trend towards a more materialist, socialistic view of liberalism's failures, were it not for the fact that there are incredibly wealthy and powerful people pushing them in the opposite direction, There's a reason why PragerU and Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and all the other dipshit fucking neocon fasci types have to have money pumped into them from fucking super PACs and, think tanks to make sure all the propaganda is kept online and disseminated amongst people as effectively as possible. The reason for that is because they need that propaganda for anyone to believe their bullshit. As I've demonstrated handily on this channel, the logic of fascists is completely incoherent. There's nothing to really meaningfully take apart. It's infantile. It's juvenile. It would be easier, I think, to argue with a fascist than it would to argue with a sufficiently inquisitive 12-year-old asking me questions about my economic policy. Fascists are, to a man, stupid, uncreative, vindictive, spiteful, self-victimizing, aggrandizing pieces of shit who have absolutely no redeemable characteristics and whose every fucking word from their mouth is easily revealed either to be misinformation, an outright lie, or so wrong that it would take me fucking 3 years and a course in teaching to be able to explain to them why they're wrong. There's no redeemable characteristic to them. There's no redeemable aspect to fascist discourse. And have you ever noticed how fucking boring it is to argue with Nazis? Did you guys see my fucking debate? I was about to say debate. Have you seen my debate with Ethan Ralph? Have you seen me talk with the Nazis who come on, like those Nick Fuentes fans who both started with, I'm not a Nazi, I just have some questions about immigration, and then both of them started doing Holocaust denial shit? These people are fucking boring because I'm sorry, in order to have good conversations with folks, I need to be able to rub my meaty, veiny, wrinkly brain against their meaty, veiny, wrinkly brain, okay? But these people are NPCs. They're children. They fall apart with just a few questions. They're complete simpletons. It's insane. There is no redeeming characteristic, and that is why I do have faith ultimately in socialist populism. In a way that I wouldn't for them. You know what it means for a person to be intellectually dishonest when they're like a socialist or left-leaning? We can channel Destiny a little bit here. Sometimes Kyle Kalinske will like retweet clips that are edited, and he'll often make incredibly like broad statements that are like maybe a little bit irresponsible because they imply like the wrong thing. Okay, what does it mean for a fascist to be intellectually dishonest? It means literally every single thing they say is a fucking lie. The standards here are not even close. There's no enlightened centrism to be found here. Even the worst faith socialists on YouTube, even the people who don't read studies and just fucking proselytize, even people like Thought Slime, who I don't particularly like and I think sometimes make bad arguments, are fucking miles ahead of the smartest fascist. I've talked with these people. I've looked at their videos. I've seen the kind of arguments that they make. There is no comparison. These fascists are incoherent. It is insane how wide the gulf is. They can't jump that gap. There will never be fascist intelligentsia. If you want a perfect example of this, perfect example of this, please go watch Destiny's latest debate with Eric Stryker. Whatever disagreements I have with Destiny, I'm as a utilitarian, I am committed to respecting outcomes which are good. And my fucking god, Stryker is the fucking height of intelligentsia for the alt-right. This is the person people are telling me I'm afraid to debate, who I don't debate because I think it's funny because I know it makes him mad. Holy shit! Please go watch that video. Oh my god, I was laughing the entire time. It's just 3 hours of Eric Stryker walking into rake after rake after rake. It's like that the Simpsons where Sideshow Bob, he's like like for 3 hours he's just got a fucking like just a fucking indent in his forehead now. Holy shit, dude. Stryker, this is the person all the Killstream guys and all the alt-righters and all the 4chaners, they've been telling me, they've been trying to insist, oh yeah, you can win in arguments against people like Sargon or whatever. Yeah, wow, real smart dude, I hypocrite. Why don't you get a real intellectual on? That's Stryker just every fucking, it was so embarrassing. If I was Stryker at the end of that discussion, I would have killed myself. I really would have. There is no greater indication of the unsustainability of the belief that the white IQ is in like in any way, shape, or form like a defensible priority, like elevation above others, because he just fucking everything that he said was really good. Just go watch it, guys. It was really fucking good. Okay, it was really good. Oh, he mentions me in the debate. He makes the Sargon argument. He was like, I'm not trying to shit talk. He does this weird Southern accent. I'm not trying to shit talk Vosh or anything, but that guy's a neoliberal who wears red. In his Sargon argument, he said that he cited the Heritage Foundation article on how you should have immigrants in the country. He did the Sargon argument. He literally did the you say you're a socialist, but I can't help but notice that you support immigration, even though it completely benefits the economy and workers of the world unite doesn't distinguish along borders, but actually it leads to a very temporary and quickly reversible slight fractal percentage point decrease in the average wages of high school dropouts, and you claim you're a socialist. I'm not kidding. He actually does it. He uses socialist Stryker, a fucking Nazbol Stryker, dude. Big brain fucking vanguard of the revolution Stryker breaking out a Sargon argument. Oh man, what a fucking joy to behold. Just a fantastic use of my time, okay? So good. Wasn't I going somewhere with this? Well, anyway. Ultimately, the point that I'm trying to make is this. Fascism, socialism, Both of them are emergent from the failures of liberalism. Liberalism's internal antagonisms are, at this point, severe enough that people are moving outside of the system. There are increasing waves of people these days who do not believe the system can solve their problems. Bernie Sanders' campaign had a fuckload of them. There are a lot of populists in this country right now, especially young ones. I don't know if anything will come of it, if it will just be another wave of moderate milquetoast reform, or if it's going to end up being something real. All I know is that if we're going to center our discourse on positive change in the near future, we need to have two goals: to convince liberals that the fundamental problems of the system cannot be addressed through the system, and to the fascists that their way of dealing with the alienation that we are currently experiencing as a result of liberalism is fucking stupid and counterproductive. That is our goal. And then, we can fulfill the promises of the Enlightenment. Wouldn't that be nice? We can fulfill the promises of liberalism. Real egalitarianism. Real, genuine democratic representation. Real, honest-to-God cities that are built to meet the needs of their population. What about Nazbols? There are no real Nazbols. Nazbols are just Nazis. Nazis have always been ideologically incoherent when it comes to their relationship with the economy. Nazbols care infinitely more about the imposition of a white ethno-state and the destruction of the Jewish people than they do about the implementation of a socialist economy. Why would anyone ever believe in socialism and also believe in Nazism? The point of socialism is to elevate human equality. Nazism, not so much. And if you believe there is natural inequality, as a Nazi, between people of different races and between the Jews and the Goyim or whatever, then you should probably also, it ideologically follows that there would be natural inequalities amongst the white workers, and that white workers aren't capable of looking out for their own interests, and they have to be shepherded by a strong leader and a strong business class. Yeah, it's Nazis who want healthcare. Nazbols are fucking like edgy Nazis who like wanted to feel a little bit extra special, and they prioritize like healthcare. That's about it. There is no coherent union of the socialist and the Nazi ideologies, contrary to what the term National Socialist might make you believe. Okay, we did it. I rambled for almost 2 hours. Hell yeah, based and epic. I feel like I could have done a much better job delivering all of that information. Maybe I should ignore this for a YouTube upload and just do it not on stream sometime. I don't know if I was happy with that delivery. It was really rambling. Well, some people like the rambling, but that's a personal preference. Yeah, Team YouTube got back to me on Twitter. Let me take a look at this. We've seen similar reports. We're passing yours along too, and we'll get back to you as soon as we have an update. Okay, well, all right. That's about all I can really look for, huh? I mean, they're not gonna respond saying like, "Oh yeah, we fixed the problem. Thanks." We can only hope. What about Strasserites? What about Strasserites? Destiny called you out, and yeah, I saw that thread. I just want it known. Anyone who watched the discussion that I had with Destiny the other day and came out of it thinking I was a bad faith actor is fucking delusional. He literally called and spent the entire time insulting me and ad-homming me and then pivoting away from the answers to my questions. Anyone who actually comes away from that thinking like And like, oh damn, Vosh was in bad faith because he was mean when he said Destiny was a white moderate. Nah, those people are fucking stands. Also, it was really weird. Wait, look, I'm really confused by this because there were like, I saw this thread. Like, look at this. So this is Destiny attempting to highlight some hypocrisy. Look, my understanding is you define solutions to be permanent solutions, which you totally fix the problem, whereas he defines solutions as incrementally realistic solutions. Well, no. That was him being dishonest because I said multiple times that I said he doesn't have solutions because he doesn't have enough of a solution. I've never said that he doesn't have proposals and that he never has things that can actually make positive changes. I've only said that his solutions are insufficient. I said that like 5 minutes in, but then he kept hammering me as though I said he had nothing.
That's where the issue is
because he doesn't have any. He never actually proposes solutions to any of these huge problems because he doesn't have any. His goal here is just be a stopgap, essentially a white make positive changes. I've only said that his solutions are insufficient. I said that like 5 minutes in, but then he kept hammering me as though I said he had nothing. What's really weird is that this is being like posited as evidence that I'm like being hypocritical or something, but I think it's there's nothing contradictory. When I say Destiny doesn't have solutions, I mean that there's no way moderate policy proposals can actually solve the issue. Solving an issue is a solution, and I clarified this multiple times while talking with him. I acknowledge that he has proposals, they're propositions, but not solutions. And what is, I don't understand what hypocrisy this is meant to indicate. So this is to any of these huge problems because he doesn't have any. His goal here, yeah, he doesn't have solutions. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I even clarified it while talking with him. I was like, hey, I'm not saying you don't have proposals. I'm saying I don't consider these to be solutions because there's no way an actual solution to climate change can be implemented through like moderate policy proposals. I don't know what solution means to these people. Is a solution like what? Is it a solution to climate change, like a carbon tax? Like no, a solution is a problem that solves it, or at least solves it to like a significant degree. You know, if you like if you spilled like a bunch of milk all over the countertop, and you're like, oh, I have a solution to this. What if we took a single Q-tip and we dipped the Q-tip in the milk, and it would absorb a small amount of the milk? I think rightfully say, well, that's not a solution. What if we went out to the store and bought some paper towels? To which you would say, we don't have any paper towels. We have a Q-tip. This is the solution. You know, I don't understand. This feels like an incredibly simple. But the whole his whole in the Reddit thread, all the people there, they're like, damn, they got me. Vosh is a bad faith arguer because he said that that Destiny doesn't have solutions, but then clarified that by solutions he meant something that solves the problem, which is what solution means. I think his problem, you said no proposed solutions in that clip. Sure, you can have a proposal but not have a proposed solution. He has proposed means of addressing it, proposed suggestion. I struggle to call anything that could pass through the electorate right now a solution to climate change, because I struggle to fathom. And what was really funny is he tried to get me. I think the cat just slammed the door. Yeah, this is semantics, especially. This is vaguely hinting at hypocrisy. The funny thing is, I clarified this directly to him, but he was way more interested in the specific parlance than he was in actually engaging with the ideas. It was super bad faith. Yeah, if I misspoke initially, that's fine, but I don't think, like, we're not, like, trying to farm gotchas here. I mean, if I misspoke, I'm happy to clarify anytime. But yeah, it's just it's really really strange. Just a strange way of trying to approach that discussion. I don't really get it. Please debate no BS. I'll happily debate no bullshit if he ever wants to debate. Yeah. What are you gonna do? I don't fucking know. It's funny too because like the entire time he talked to me, he was relentlessly fucking ad homing me and ascribing positions to me that I don't actually have. And he accused me of poisoning the well when he had just prior talked about how populism is cancer and how all I want is like a crazy utopia and I don't care about policy. It's just so wild to me that anyone can come away from that thinking that I was the one acting in bad faith. In your mind, what's the best solution to climate change? There's no solution to climate change that can be pushed through the current electorate. Literally none. There's no way, like, it's just not going to happen. Nothing sort of like a national emergency or like extreme executive action will even come close. When it comes to policy, but what is it? Well, okay, if we want to talk Green New Deal, not Gucci, well, the Green New Deal probably, like, the Green New Deal can't really go through like the Green New Deal can't really go through like Congress and the Senate. It's not going to happen. If we want to talk like outside like electoral viability, then sure. Why? Like the Green New Deal has a lot of really good proposals in it, no denying that. But the fundamentally the first step is disempowering the people who are facilitating the end of the world by preventing that kind of stuff from being passed. And that's the systemic change that I'm referring to. Nobody has any solutions for climate change that could pass through our current Congress. It would not happen. If we had the perfect Senate, what would your solutions be? Oh, that's super complicated. I mean, the Green New Deal does a pretty great job. I think the Green New Deal is about as far as you can go to address meaningful solutions through electoral means without like destroying industries. You know what I mean? But at this point, like national emergency mode, if I had a perfect Senate and Congress, I mean, declaring like fucking martial law and shutting down all the meat industry. I don't know, dude. You eat some. We're talking about some crazy shit. I agree with that, Don Mako Umineko. So let's change current Congress. We flipped 2 seats in the last week with progressives. Well, yeah, I agree with that. But in order to do that, you have to do political advocacy, which is, hey, not just policy. It's the actual job that I do, where you try to change people's minds rather than just arguing which numbers are higher than which other numbers. You know? Yeah, listen, I would be grand dictator, and then I would, boom, make climate change illegal, okay? Kablamo. Getting rid of the meat industry would do a lot. I should probably go over donations, huh? It's been 2 whole hours. And afterwards, we'll find something to talk about. Kenmonger with the tier 1 sub. I shed my whiteness and ascend to orange name. True. True, comrade. And we're happy to have you amongst them. Connor D with the 2 Canadian. Absolutely true. It isn't on my feed. Fucking YouTube. And Suyo with the tier 1 sub. I got a notification on my phone that you were live, but it doesn't show up in the sidebar on YouTube. Probably a smaller channel thing. Pretty fucked. Good luck, my dude. Yeah, thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Hopefully it's able to be worked out. Jet on Chimney with the $2. Thank you, comrade. What are your thoughts on raw food, organic, anti-vax hippies like this? Would you ever debate one? What is this? Is this one of those people who just like eats air or something? What are we talking about? Oh, I see. They're retarded. What? When you eat a cooked meal, approximately 80% of your body's total available energy is expended in the processing of that meal? What? Cooking literally breaks down the enzymes in food and makes it easier for your body to digest it. That's why fire was such an essential fucking civilizational development, because it meant we could get more calories out of meat, which meant that we had more brain power. What? Okay, dude. There's no arguing with people like this. These people are fucking degenerates. Alpha waves in the human brain are between 6 and 8 hertz. The wave frequency of the human cavity resonates between 6 and 8 hertz. All biological, the human brain's alpha wave function the same. Thus, our entire biological system, the brain, the earth itself, work in the same frequency. So if we can control that resonant system electronically, we can directly control the entire mental system of humankind. What are they? Are they saying we're all on like? What the fuck does that mean? A fucking inventor from 140 years ago is not a neuroscientist. What? Yeah, this isn't Alex Jones tier shit. This is literally tinfoil hats, so the mind control fucking telecommunication waves don't control you. I fucking hate these people, dude. I hate these people. It's important to understand that during cleansing, the blood is actually dirtier. This can result in feeling worse before one can feel better. Some detox symptoms may occur, such as nausea, dizziness, headaches, fatigue, runny nose, etc. Some call these flu-like symptoms a healing crisis. It's a good sign. I hate these people! Jesus, yes, simply let the blood from one's wrist. If you feel woozy, dizzy, or pass out, that's only the negative energy of your body leaving you. The spirit's giving you a final middle finger as they leave through your fucking arterial vein. Nothing to worry about, comrade. Have you ever tried drilling a hole in your skull so the ghosts can come out? Well, it is a little bit painful, but you have to understand, the pain is actually the pain of the spirits. What the fuck does this even mean? These people are useless. Heal so we don't have another generation of trauma passing itself off as culture. What the fuck are you talking about? So fucking presumptuous, dude. They load all of their fucking ideology into their language. Stupid fucking meaningless bullshit. Everything traumatic is stuff they don't like, okay? I bet for them, eating cooked food is traumatic. Heal. No longer eat cooked food so you can recover from the trauma of cooked food. Fuck you. Fucking video. I don't want to hear your voice. Wow! What do you know? Really? They're making money off of their bullshit. Damn! Just like every other fucking stupid piece of shit, I bet you she's not stupid enough to follow her own advice, but she sure said, this is Alex Jones tier, fucking snake oil salesman. These people are degenerates, okay? The Nazis had the right fucking worldview, but it was turned against the wrong people. It's fucking hippies, okay? Hippies are the actual people who follow some fucking ancient text to destroy the white race, okay? Except instead of doing it through manipulating fucking banking industries, they do it through fucking snake oil and colon cleansers and fucking detoxes to kill all of us, okay? That's what I'm saying. Why? Okay. Top 10 powerful mushrooms. Oh. Helps heal abnormal growth of cells, huh? The Phenolus lentius? Abnormal growth. That wouldn't happen to be cancer, would it? Ah, yes. If only the past century of medical research had discovered that this mushroom just cures cancer. Mucus remover. Sea moss is an expectorant and demulcent. It can be very helpful for coughs, Wait, where do you use it? Relieving congestion, expelling excess mucus from the lungs. Crohn's crispus was used extensively as an anti-inflammatory lung tonic for bronchitis known in many coastal cultures around the world. Wait, where do you put it? Wait, it's just showing me like this is just like a stock image of the veins. Do you put it in your veins? What? Hashtag repost, hashtag vegan strong, hashtag cruelty free, hashtag environment, hashtag vegan lifestyle, hashtag stay woke, hashtag quote of the day, hashtag positive quote, hashtag toe, hashtag chakras, hashtag meditation, hashtag eat olive, hashtag I love, you know, when I'm on Insta and I'm looking for hashtag eat olive, you know I'm looking for some expectorant demulcent mucus removing sea moss. You know I'm looking for that shit. When I'm looking for some olive eating fucking ASMR videos. Hashtag health is your health. Hashtag eat healthy. Hashtag raw food. Hashtag fitness. Hashtag two again. Hashtag health is wealth. Hashtag alkaline food. Hashtag Dr. Sebi. Hashtag eat clean. Hashtag food is medicine. Hashtag melanin wellness. What the fuck does that mean? Hashtag memes, hashtag vegan, hashtag black vegan, hashtag disease, hashtag arthritis, hashtag diabetes. Wait, black vegan? Damn, this bitch is living her melanin wellness right there. This I can almost see the melanin through the glare of the sun. Ah, it's blinding. I can. God bless Dr. Ododo 11 for his marvelous work in my life. I was diagnosed with genital herpes since 2016. I was taking my medications. I wasn't satisfied. I needed to get herpes genital out of my system. I searched about some possible cures for herpes. I saw a comment about Dr. Ododo 11 about how he cured herpes with his herbal medicine. I contacted him. He guided me. I asked for a solution. He started the remedy for my health. He sent me the medicine through UPS speed post. Surprised these vegans don't have like some sort of cruelty-free like snail transportation system. I took the medicine as prescribed by him, and 14 days later I was cured from herpes. Thank you, drododoherbalhome1@gmail.com, or WhatsApp him. These are all bots. These are all bots for herpes. These are all fucking herpes bots. He can also cure you from HPV, HIV, HIV-2. Holy shit, this motherfucker can cure you from HIV-2? The second one? Not just the first one? Holy shit! HIV-2. Hey, you know what they said? If HIV-1 was so great, where's HIV-2? And now we know! And they've already fucking cured it! God damn! Oh, here's more CMOS facts. Did you know CMOS removes toxin, bacteria, and waste from your bloodstream? Where do you put it? What? It's more herpes spots. Where do you is it up your asshole? Do you fucking snort it? What? Where the fuck do you put it? In your fucking butthole? Is it yoni? Is it your yoni energy? Is this only for people born with the essential turfy female spirit? You go up on top of a sunbasked rock somewhere in fucking Griffith Park, and you spread your legs to the sun and just fucking sunburn your pussy lips as you insert like 4 ounces of sponged up sea moss directly into your fucking pussy hole. Is that? I don't know. The Yoni Wellness Program. Pedra. Excellent for kidney stone health, and its name literally means stone pusher or breakdown stones. Do you eat it? This herb, yep. This herb is actually included in my Amazon tonic, bringing healing goodness into one place. Details soon. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. The grift cycle. Oh god, it fucking spawned. Look at this. This is the least happy baby I've ever seen. The baby knows it was fucking born to, dude. The baby fucking fell out of the womb and then looked up and saw like the fucking mom Snapchatting like hashtag wellness, hashtag vegan baby, hashtag no breast milk, hashtag yoni CMOS baby food, and just fucking lost it. I don't fucking know. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to fucking kill myself, dude. I can't believe we're all lightning elementals. Jesus Christ. Damn, dude. I can't believe I didn't actually know pine trees were made of electricity too. God damn. I had no idea how fucking it permeated our reality was with the true being of electrical energy. I'm going to kill myself after the stream is done. I hope you guys know that. I can't exist in a world with these people. I bet you thought at the beginning of this my fucking Nazi joke was too far. Do you really genuinely believe that this person deserves to live? No, I'm kidding, of course. Political violence is wrong, okay? Of course this person deserves to live, even though they seem to be trying to make money off of lying to people with illnesses and profiting off of their ignorance and naivete and gullibility? Gullibleness? Or desperation, yeah. I love lying to people with illnesses. This is some totally fucking base shit, dude. This is just them saying quinoa is good? I mean, quinoa is good, I guess? Like, true? The power of mullein. Antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, antispasmodic, antiviral, alleviates joint pain, disinfectant, detoxifier, rids mucus from the body, treats that. I like how they fucking clipped off the text of the image in this upload. Lowers fever, relieves anxiety, nervous disorders, and stress, treats allergies, respiratory tract, eliminates cancer, AIDS, done with. Nice. We got more of these fucking tonics at CMOS effect. Oh, this person is like a CMOS stan specifically. Damn. Are we good? Are we good? Just brownie recipes? Mush blend? Is this like drug? Is this a drug? I don't know what this is. Intermittent fasting. Six to 8 fasting entails eating for an 8-hour block and then 16. I don't know anything about intermittent fasting. Maybe it has like, maybe it actually like does the thing. I don't know. Vegan diet versus healthier vegan diet. Is that stuff on the left actually a vegan diet? I see there's a cake. French fries are fried in oil. I guess you could do vegetable oil. This is literally ice cream. Is this vegan ice cream? This is mayonnaise, but it's there's loads of dairy on the right. Yeah, well, this is probably like almond dairy, and yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. And I guess they had a car accident. I don't fucking know. Fuck these people, dude. What the fuck is this? Creamy guava. Oh, that looks fucking delicious, dude. I got fucking nauseous. Oh. I hate these people. That looks like a vagina. Oh, really? Does that look like a vagina to you? Does it wow, really? Wow, that looks like a vagina to you. No way. You don't think that was intentional, do you? Look at this kid's cheeks. I'm sorry, I'm not saying the baby's ugly or anything. I just like, God, that is a Chad fucking cheek bulge right there. That's some good. It's fucking saving up nuts for the winter. All right, last one. The human body is designed to be in a relationship with plants. Our digestive system is designed to consume plants. Our physiology is designed to combust the energy of the sun by extracting it from plants. Our primary biological relationship is with plants. We are opportunistic omnivores. If these dipshit fucking vegan assholes had been around back during the days of the fucking hunter-gatherers, they all would have starved off. You fucking kidding me? We evolved to be hunter-gatherers. As in, we find berries and we kill deer. There were not enough fucking plants before agricultural civilization for us to be able to subsist off those exclusively. Meat is very calorie dense. They're fucking the plants. Yeah. Pepe hands. Is this just like a 43-day fast? Cool. I need to go over spirit science again. All right, if this is just like white girl selfie shit, I'm only here for the fucking I'm only here for the fucking snake oil sales shit, okay? All right, Jane on Chimney, you donated $2 and you got like 20 minutes of rambling, okay? You got your fucking money's worth. What's that one thing that Chew on Head keeps posting? The white woman extinction button. I think I'm starting to feel it, you know? Paul Rezendes with the incredibly generous $50. Jesus Christ, thank you so fucking much, my dude. Also, favorite meme from Striker Debate? Gas chamber specialist, purified Jewish blood, jazz equals degenerate waltz. Borjas, Striker is a trained historian, Nazi napkin math, Eric never read Moby Dick. Dude, for me, the funniest thing of the Striker Debate when he said that jazz was Judaicized the waltz. Like the Jews walked into Harlem back during the fucking 30s, and they're like, oy vey, my fellow Americans, here is the waltz, black it up, or something like that. That was really fucking funny. I bet he thinks that I am positive that's what he thinks. That's what he believes happened. By the way, 100% positive. You know. It's too bad that I know I'm gonna get clip chimp because yeah oy vey my n-word. Oh, I wish I could say it. I don't feel like if I was on D Live I would. Dude, that would be such a fucking good skit though, like a Key and Peele skit or something, you know? Or like it's like that'd be such a good fucking skit, dude. If it's like the 1930s in Harlem, you know, and they're fucking the bands are like playing the blues or some shit, and then and it's like a little like bar where like this band is playing or something. I don't know, like King Cole, like young King Cole. I don't fucking know. Okay, and the door opens and Jewish time travelers, Ashkenazis, with the fucking yarmulkes and the rabbi springs, wearing 1980s jerseys and backwards caps. Come on in. It'd be like the whitest kids you know skit where it was like the two white CIA guys coming in and they were like, yo, what's up, my hood homie? Have you heard about this great new drug called crack? Or you've seen that skit, right? From Whitest Kids You Know? It'd be like that, okay? They're time traveling Jews and they go back to Judeify fucking the waltz. And they and they have like an iPod and they play like the waltz and they're like, oh, oy vey, because give this a shot, fellow American, you know? Oh man. Yeah, it has to be 5 dancing Jews. No, but it would be a good Key and Peele skit or something. Dude, the insane shit that Nazis believe is literally prime comedy skit material. Like insanely good fucking comedy material. You guys have no fucking idea. It's if there could be an entire fucking sketch crew dedicated only to playing out the absurd shit that they believe, it would be fucking hilarious. If the sketch crew was like all fucking like queer or black and Jewish people or something, and it was like, okay, yeah, here, let's see what really happened. That would be so fucking funny, dude. That would be the best. That would be the best. Like a Whitest Kids You Know, except they're just like acting out. Like there would be so much fucking crazy shit they could do, you know? Like what else? Like we wouldn't like just from the striker debate alone, you know? Like what other insane shit did he say apart from the music stuff? I'm blanking right now. Oh yeah, the Jews purifying their blood once every 3 generations, like they're locusts who just go underground to sleep until like the next decade. There, yeah. The the go watch the striker debate. No, wait, I can segue this. This is perfect. This is fucking perfect. Ridicule is a really good way, a really good way of criticizing Nazis. Ridicule is so much better than outright condemnation, okay? Okay, listen, okay, imagine, put yourself into the brain, put yourself into the brain of a Nazi, okay? 60 IQ, mommy issues, felt guilty the first time you shot a load. Just put yourself in that space, okay? Do plunk, okay? Bloop, you know? Feel all the wrinkles smooth over. Okay, now imagine you're watching an anti-Nazi movie, okay? Imagine you're watching an anti-Nazi movie. And the movie is about how evil and cruel and powerful and domineering and despotic the Nazis were, and their cold efficiency bowled over the individual humanity of the Jews and what have you. You're jerking off to that. You like being imagined as the villain. You love that shit. You fucking cream to that, dude. Fascists, Nazis, they love that shit. They love that feeling of power that they get. It's the same feeling school shooters get, you know? If you won't respect me how I am, then you'll respect me when I'm like this, you know? It's like that's how they feel. You know? The fear is something they're looking for. Because they have self-esteem issues, and the only way they can feel powerful is by being the bad guy. This is a really common thing. You guys remember how back in high school, we all knew somebody like this. We all knew multiple people like this. People who in high school were super fucking cringy because they were like, not necessarily goth, but they thought they were like, yeah, I am the bad guy. I'm crazy and you don't want to fuck with me. And they did it because they had like this weird self-esteem issue, and they knew that if they tried to be earnest and open but about their desire to be liked by others, they would get like rejected or ridiculed. So instead they like sort of embrace the fact that they're like unlovable dipshits. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about. That is exactly. Please watch Jojo Rabbit. Hold on, folk. Please, hold on. That is exactly what Nazis are like, dude. Go onto their fucking forums. They all imagine. That's why they call themselves the Dark Enlightenment. That's why they use the term Dark Enlightenment. Because they're like, liberal society is in decay. The pathological kindness of the liberal is going to get Western civilization destroyed. I awoke from my coffin of dark enlightenment. After having traveled through the intellectual realms of reason and Western empiricism, I have arrived at the regrettable conclusion that Jews bad. That's it. That's all of them. That's all of them. So you can't, it's all like childish, badass stuff. You cannot defeat these people in the public discourse by making them look bad in that way. Because they love to look bad in the way. They love it. They love it. They scream. They want another movie. They want a movie about how Nazis are all big, evil, totalitarian, cold, ruthless monsters. Because then they can, yeah, we really are. Have you ever noticed how many fucking dipshit, like acne-ridden white boys come off, like, you know the term Veraboo? Like Wehrmacht Weeaboo? Where they're like obsessed with like Nazi, like the Nazi military armada. Like, yeah, they were the bad guys, but you can't deny their efficiency. Like, oh yeah, sure, the Holocaust was bad, but there's no denying the military organization of the Wehrmacht was supreme. The Panzer could have single-handedly, with one shot, crossed the entire Atlantic and taken out New York City from a distance. You know, they love that shit, dude. If it weren't for the Soviet hordes, yeah, they could have won the battle of the battle over London if only they had their Tigers there to aim up and shoot at the planes with the pinpoint accuracy of the elite German tank squads. Like, yeah, these people are insane. Yeah. Okay. But you know who did this really good? Jojo Rabbit. I'm not going to spoil the movie, okay? Maybe I'll spoil like the tone of the movie, but I'm not going to spoil anything about the plot, okay? It's totally good. You should watch Jojo Rabbit, okay? Jojo Rabbit ridiculed the Nazis. Joe did a phenomenal job with that, okay? I thought Jojo Rabbit would just be like a wacky, like lol random comedy, okay? I really did. Jojo Rabbit was fucking fantastic. So obviously it's an anti-Nazi movie. It's from the perspective of like a fiercely nationalistic 10-year-old boy or like 11-year-old or whatever. And he has like a best friend and it's like Hitler. And Hitler's like his imaginary friend, you know? That's not a spoiler. That's in the trailer. This is just trailer stuff. And it's literally it's brilliantly satirizes the juvenility of the Nazi ideology by framing the abandonment of Nazism through the mind of like a 10-year-old as he matures as a human being. His desire to be this fervent nationalist is equivalent morally and intellectually to his desire to like suck on mommy titty or to not be able to tie his own shoes, you know? At the beginning of the movie, they all have this hilarious fucking German accent, you know? The German accent the whole movie, you know? He's like looking in the mirror and he's like, I am a good little boy. I am going to serve good in the Hitler Jugend. And then Adolf Hitler shows up and he's like, yeah, you are a little bit scrawny, but I think you will do a good job serving the nation. Now give me a high five. Hail Hitler. Hail Hitler. Hail Hitler. Hail Hitler! Hail Hitler! Hail. It's like this. It's like a little comedy. It's like a little fuck off, you guys. It's like a little friend that he's got, you know, like his little fucking imaginary friend, and he is. And the movie does such an incredible job of satirizing it. The Nazis want you to believe that they're all these like here's what the Nazis want you to believe, okay? Every Nazi soldier was a cold, ruthless disciplinarian with a mind for efficiency and a tolerance for pain and authority that vastly exceeds that of your average Judeo-corrupted American soldier. Every Nazi soldier is a pinnacle, an elite, a vanguard of Hitler's will, single-handedly willing to lay down their lives for the fatherland. And then they pull back into the movie, and a lot of the characters in the movie think that way. But in reality, the movie constantly portrays the Nazis as these bumbling, insecure, fanatical dipshits who are compensating for personal deficiencies and feelings of emasculation by involving themselves in the war effort. Juvenile little boys for whom engaging in Nazism is every bit as mature and serves the same purpose as dipshit 16-year-olds stealing their parents' car to go like fucking street racing at like 3 a.m. You know, no joke. Like you guys really should watch it because it does such an incredible job taking down these ideologies for what they actually are. Nazis aren't cold, ruthless, efficient, highly intelligent, morally questionable, you know, executors. Nazis, look online. Nazis are insecure, intellectually defunct dipshits who are compensating for personal feelings of inadequacy by throwing their self-worth behind the nation and the race. The Nazis are and always have been sexually frustrated little bitch boys who don't know what to do with themselves and join up with the fucking brown shirt gangs for the exact same reason people join up with any other gang, because they have nothing to do and because it makes them feel powerful. That's it. They're weak, insecure, fret with fucking emotional deficiencies, and any society that bases their supposed strength bases itself upon their supposed strength is a society that is doomed to die because it will be hilariously fucking incompetent, inefficient, self-delusory, and just ridiculed with riddled with grandiosities it's not capable of actually living up to. I love throughout the course of the movie, the discourse goes from, oh yeah, the war is going well, yeah, we're doing good, you know, his victory is inevitable, to like next scene, well, shit, kid. Here, everyone, take a gun. The Americans are on our doorstep. You know, just there's no transition between those points because just like in the movie, real Nazis lied to themselves all the time about their fucking likelihood of winning the war because lying is all they could do. The grand delusion kept them going for like what, 4 years before they inevitably got bombed into shit and fucking conquered for the next 50 years. Is this Jojo Rabbit? Yeah, it was Jojo Rabbit. It shows how despicable they are too, like sending kids to their death as well. There's a lot of death in the movie. It's a dark comedy. I mean, what are you gonna do? It just, you know, yeah, go and hug that American, she says as she straps a grenade to the kid's back. Yeah, exactly. Really, really fucking great stuff, guys. True, phenomenal story. And I encourage you all to watch it. And it does a fantastic job, I think, of developing the main character in such a way as to make it clear that his personal growth, his maturation as a human being, you know, by the time you reach about 12 years old, you should be about done with Nazism. I think that's what the movie's saying, you know? You had your fun being a little Nazi as a 10-year-old. We've seen how the propaganda affects him. We've seen how he's an inconsiderate, stupid little fucking brain-dead ideologue. And then he grows up, he learns how to tie his shoes, and he grows out of Nazism. He says, fuck off, Hitler, and he kicks Hitler out of a window. It's great. One of the things that I like most about the movie is I remember some people reeing because in the movie, the Hitler character, the Hitler smoked cigarettes. He smoked cigarettes. And then someone was like, wow, Hitler abhorred cigarettes. And the director, who actually played Hitler, by the way, the director of the movie played Hitler. This is great. The director said, I didn't think Hitler deserved the respect of researching him, so I just played him however. That's fucking based, my friends. That's fucking based. He researched the set and the setting. The environment looked fantastic. I mean, I really felt like, you know me, I'm always living it up in the 1930s, 1940s German towns, you know? It looked exactly like them. But for actually Hitler's depiction, he just did the hair and he did the mustache and he put the uniform on. And that's it. He didn't give a fuck. He was like, I just don't think this guy really deserves the respect of being like, you know, depicted accurately. So yeah, I'm just gonna do fucking whatever with him. I don't care. Well, yeah, true, Drawbach. Yeah, obviously. Like, Jojo probably wouldn't have personally known about Hitler's, like, predisposition against cigarettes, but it's also, I think, just a sign of disrespect for Hitler. And I think we can all agree that in these trying times, you know, being disrespectful towards Hitler is pretty based and pretty based and cum-pilled, you know? A lot of cum in that pill. Cum. Virile nut. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. How did you feel about Captain Klenzendorf? Without spoilers, Captain Klenzendorf was one of my favorite characters in the movie. And a total queen. That's not a spoiler. Fuck you guys. Go watch it. Go watch the movie. Okay. All right. Okay. I should probably actually do donos instead of getting distracted every 3 donos. Paul Resendes, the incredibly generous $20. After the last debate you had with Destiny, do you think he won't bother helping you get back on Twitch now? I don't think that Destiny was really gonna help me that much anyway. Probably. But if he ever was going to, he certainly isn't going to now. Definitely not. Funnily enough, who here knows Dan? Hark Dan? This isn't weird for me to say, I don't think. Who here knows Hark Dan? You know, the landlord Dan? Big man Dan? No Japan? You know what I'm talking about? You know of him? Oh, Slumlord Dan. Yeah, he's had a hate boner for me for a year, but the other day he was like, actually, we're cool now. I don't care anymore. Maybe Dan can get me back on. That's going to be the... It's funny because back when I first started streaming, like way back, or I think this was actually before Dan is a genuinely shitty human. Oh, I know. Back before, I was talking about anarcho-syndicalism. Maybe some of you guys remember the stream. I was pronouncing it anarcho-syndactylism because I had misread it earlier and it just stuck in my head, and I was pretty new to like, yeah. And Dan said like he liked my moxie, and then when I moved up to Seattle, he would like fund me or something. He was being joking or whatever because he lives in Seattle too. He would be like a contradiction where like he would be like the parasitic landlord, but he would like fund my socialist endeavors or something. And then of course, you know, the things broke down, but it was pretty funny at the time. I've always, while I do believe that Dan is a morally reprehensible human being, I do maintain that he has always been extremely funny. I will always stand that. I do have a great respect for humor. Dan lives in Florida? Maybe now. I thought he lived in Seattle. I don't know. Whatever it is. Listen, I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything outside of what happened today. Mara with the tier 1 sub is donating my wealthy lib parents' money to online leftist praxis. P.S. Trans rights. Trans rights, comrade, it unquestionably is. And thank you very much, comrade. Miss Mittens, the tier 1 sub, haven't been here in a while. Let me get rid of this god-awful white name. Gross. Happy to provide the service to allow you to have an orange name, comrade. Very much my pleasure. Bobby Beans with the $10. Thank you. Control what we can control, fam. Much love your way. Much love your way, too. We can only control what we can, and we can complain about what we can't, you know? But we can control what we're capable of controlling in the future. We can't control everything now, but we can control what we're capable of controlling in the future, and also capable of controlling what is something that we're going to be capable of controlling after we're capable of controlling in the future. You know? You know what I'm talking about. Thomas Soprano with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Hey Vosh, been following you since 2017 when you debated Destiny and political violence, and since the first time you streamed on Twitch. Thought it was about time I subbed. Fuck yeah, comrade. We are finally consolidating the long-time viewer base. Thank you so much. It has been a long, long journey. And I just want to say, by the way, and I'm being super serious about this, I just want to say how incredibly awesome it is. Whoop. That in spite of the fact that right now the stream is delisted from viewership, like in such a way as to most people who would otherwise be able to find the stream have not been able to find it because it's not being shown on the subscribers list. In spite of that, there are 1,000 people here. You guys fucking rock. I love you guys. I hope you know that. You're not a fair weather friend. You know that? You're not the type of person who's just in and out like, oh, maybe stream, maybe he's not. Now, you guys, you're here for the goddamn long haul. And that's radical. Yeah, it's still doing the thing. See, it shows I'm streaming here, but it doesn't show it on the subscriptions list. This is my public account. This is just where I sub to the shit that I watch myself. I'm really glad. I'm so glad that I'm so fucking glad that I had the camera on me, because I just hit Y enter, and since I basically only use that Google Chrome account for porn, it went to you porn, or yes porn please, actually, instead of YouTube. Love you too, Comcast customer serve. Yeah, close call, right? Jesus. Life T with the tier 1 sub. Wow, look, another tier 1 sub. I love the tier 1 subs, comrade. Thank you. And Jip with the $5. I know it's not a fuck ton, but I hope this helps keep you away from wage slavery. Your content is incredible. My content is average at best, comrade, but I really do appreciate the consideration. I'll try. It's not, I don't ever mean to suggest that I am above working like a wage slave job or anything. I just think I've got a good thing going here, you know? Wonderful, wonderful with the $5. Vosh, what do I say to Nazis who use the gas chamber window and the wooden doors argument? What about the soccer pool and orchestra argument? Both of those are covered in my research document. Actually, I have by no means all of the Holocaust denial arguments here in my ultimate research document, but I do have those ones. Here. Holocaust denial. Here we go. Here's the one about the gas chamber doors being made from wood and other similar arguments. We can go over them now. For one, usually when Nazis make this argument, they literally just link pictures of like wooden doors. Like these wooden doors could be to anything. Like what? They'll take a picture of like an open archway and be like, "This is the entrance to the so-called gas chamber. I don't see any doors." No, these are just pictures to like administrative offices. I'm pretty sure. Here, wait, do I have that written down? The wooden doors present, they led to delousing rooms, not gas chambers. They're literally just pictures of wooden doors. It's not known what the original gas chamber doors looked like, because Nazis destroyed those facilities before Soviet soldiers arrived. However, this door was found in the building yard of Auschwitz and was believed to have been used as a gas chamber door. Look at this door. 4 inches thick, wooden and steel reinforced with a porthole. Nothing would need a door like this unless it was for a gas chamber. Absolutely nothing. Additionally, this receipt, which you can, if you know German, feel free to translate yourself, but I have had translated, calls for an order of, on 6/3/1943, concerning the delivery of a gas-tight door, 100 by 192 centimeters for cellar 1 of crematorium 3, to be produced to an identical pattern and dimension as the cellar door of crematorium 2, which is situated opposite, with a peephole of double 8mm glass with rubber sealing strip and frame. Gas-tight door, hugely thick, 8mm glass porthole, rubber sealing strip and frame. Yeah, no. Additionally, the other thing that you said, the prisoners at Auschwitz had a swimming pool and band and brothel and soccer team and dentist. No, they didn't. Auschwitz was just Auschwitz 1 was a POW camp. The Holocaust happened at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Literally just the wrong place, bro. They're like, damn, look, Auschwitz 1 had a pantry with nice food and what? For one, most of the shit at Auschwitz 1 was used by the fucking guards, not by Birkenau. But Auschwitz-Birkenau was the Holocaust camp, which had none of those things. Not even for the guards. Yeah, weird coincidence that everyone who doesn't believe the Holocaust happened also basically wishes that it did, you know? No chance whatsoever there of ideological reasoning. There were other camps like Chassé. Well, I'm not saying Auschwitz-Birkenau was the only camp at which the Holocaust took place. It's just really funny how nobody is a Holocaust denier, but then they go on to say, like, I don't give a fuck about the Jews. Why would I believe the Jews are responsible for orchestrating a conspiracy? Why would the Jews hate the white race? But every single time, it's always, yeah, I don't believe the Holocaust happened, but, not that I'm saying it should have, you know, but I do have some serious questions about the relationship between Jews and Western finance. Every single time, dude. Every single time. All right, that's my answer. Title Punk Roller Girl with the $5. The only parasocial relationship I have is with Artemy. I used to hate kitties till the adorable claw baby thawed my crusty heart into a crusty soup. As you should. He's so fucking cute, dude. He's been a little brat today, though. I don't know why. Trogman with the $5. YouTube Premium also lets you watch YouTube ad-free. I hate ads, so it's definitely worth it on top of supporting the creators I watch. I'll get YouTube Premium myself, and I'll subscribe to myself. I'm definitely going to do this. Ronan Schwartz with the tier 1 sub. I already spent way too much in takeaway food, and I love takeaway food, but I love you more. So is takeaway food your term for takeout food? I'm going to assume that it is. One way or another. Thank you very much, comrade. David767I with the $2. Bernie has outlined for us the path to our freedom, and the mighty Fausch is leading us through it. If only. We can only hope, comrade. Ziltoid, tier 1 sub. Vosh, would you say Artemy is an anarchitty? No, Artemy is 100% a fascist. I'm so sorry. With all the times, Artemy has done more physical damage to my body than any fascist could ever hope to. I can only assume through his antagonism that he is of that political disposition. The Chaos card with the $3. I learned in my sociology class at SFSU that some Enlightenment ideas were a direct response to the 30 Years' War, religious war that killed many people. Oh yeah, the 30 Years' War was hugely instrumental in bringing about a general feeling of disenfranchisement and disillusionment concerning religion and the extent religion affects political, decision making. You are the parent. This reflects on you. Well, no, wait. This is good. Artemy and I are friends. Artemy is just really feisty cat because we like playing together. But he's always purring. He usually is purring when he scratches me. I'll pick him up and I'll rub his belly and he'll grab onto me and bite me, but he'll be purring, like fucking vibrating, like a fucking phone, you know? And then he'll bite and scratch me and stuff. Oh, I was saying about the fascist thing? Oh, okay. Well, all right. I take issue with any accusation that Blemby is not taken well care of, but, you know, what are you going to do? Horrors me with the $2. If we have legal equality, just sue the ruling class libtard destroyed. True! The Chaos card with the... Wait, I just did that one. TTB Lovecraft with the $10. Thank you. My YouTube bell is working. The way I found the stream was via phone notification. I'm behind though, so I'm having to watch at 2x speed. Way behind, but your video is not on my sub feed. Yeah, only like 15% of subs ring the bell, which means that, like, it's not a reliable way of getting people to view the stream. But if you guys haven't already, if you want to know when I'm streaming, ring the fucking bell, because we're having trouble with that shit, okay? Ring the goddamn bell. Title Punk Roller Girl with the tier 2 sub. My credit union's trying to prevent a run by telling people money is filthy and probably riddled with COVID. Not sure if Bay cities horrify me because I'm from a small town where I know everyone. I want to get set up with the IWW here so we don't get gentrified. Good luck with that, comrade. I do hope that happens. I've always been a big city boy myself, but I do understand the appeal of a small community. There are some parts of Arcata that I do miss. It was very nice there in some ways. Cartoon Maymays with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Finally purged my white name. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you develop your confidence? I'm kind of socially isolated and I want to know how to be myself around people. Uh-oh, is this the segue into the incel discussion? Oh no! Oh no! It's so easy when the donations lead right into it. Listen, okay? Listen up. Listen up as I change the stream title, okay? Fuck incels? No. Hold on. What if instead of fuck incels, what if we talked about the substantial decrease in terms of the confidence and social comfort that most people, particularly young people, particularly young white people, particularly young white men, experience in this country, okay? How did I develop confidence? I wasn't always confident. Back in middle school, I was like pretty insecure and I would overcompensate by being really loud and bombastic like a class clown. But in between high school and college, when I started working, I got a lot better at being genuinely confident. The secret to being confident, really, the secret to being confident is to believe that you have things to say that other people want to hear. And simultaneously, to recognize that sometimes if or when people don't want to hear it, that's fine. That's part of life. a lot of people believe that confidence is like a difference in how you treat the world or a difference in how you approach others or speak to others, but in reality, those just tend to be side effects of confidence. Confidence is not having your self-esteem be fucking destroyed anytime somebody like acts disinterested with you. Confidence is not feeling fucking all bottled up rage when you know that your friends are hanging out without you and they didn't invite you. Confidence is the ability to weather social storms because you are concerned first and foremost with you. I am confident because I have, self-esteem. And whether or not like a level of self-esteem tips into like delusory overconfidence or like leans too far into being like over accommodating to others, it's a balance. It's subjective. That's up to you. But you ultimately have to believe in yourself. Okay? If other people do something that I don't like very much, and then in some way I feel maligned, you know what I do? Guess what I do, folks? Are you ready? Can you guess? Okay? I don't let it bother me. Because the problem's with them, not with me. If opportunities don't pan out in a way that favors me, if people don't spend time with me when I wish they would spend time with me, whatever. Look, their loss, At the end of the day, it's not about being able to get more people to like you. It's about recognizing that every single human being, confident or not confident, hot or ugly, tall or short, fat or skinny, is going to be habitually presented with situations where they are the maligned social party, where someone doesn't demonstrate as much interest as they would have liked otherwise, where somebody who they had a crush on doesn't really reciprocate that crush, where somebody who just all of that shit. And they take it on the chin. Because that's just a part of life. That is going to happen no matter how situated you are, Now, some people have said that I am in some ways Chad-like. I think this is fucking ridiculous. I'm 260 pounds, I'm a plump boy. I spend all my time indoors, and I have giant fucking ear keloids, okay? So I have no idea. Some people say this, however. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the assumption that some people would believe that I have greater like social acumen than they do. And I will work from that, Right now, being fat doesn't mean you're unattractive, idiot Vosh. Shut the fuck up. You know perfectly well that for most people, being fat means is a detriment to your conventional attractiveness. I'm sorry, my fat rights, everyone. There's nothing inherently wrong with being fat. However, it is something that conforms to whether or not somebody is considered to be Chad-like. Can we please, come on. Now, I'm a pretty confident person now. A lot of that is probably supplemented by the fact that I have a community that supports me. Thank you very much. But actually, many streamers are really, really, really insecure. Like, this is a really common thing. Usually, being in the public face means that you become more dependent on other people's approval for you to feel confident in yourself. Yeah, apparently Hassan has consistent insecurity issues in spite of the fact that Hassan is a real Chad, an actual true Chad. A lot of streamers actually struggle with this, a lot of public figures in general, because they're in the public eye, which means that they are constantly receive a lot of criticism and complaint and praise and everything in between. Concerning their appearance and their behavior and how personable they are and how charismatic they are, and they internalize that, and other people's perceptions become how they determine whether or not they are valid, whether or not they are worthy of respect, whether or not they are doing a good job. And to an extent, this is valid. Don't be don't be like Onision, If a million people are like, "Hey, you're a fucking piece of shit pedophile," don't then be like, "Huh, well, my confidence comes from within, so actually, I don't even mind your denigration of me." Huh. In fact, my confidence only grows greater. Don't do that, okay? Don't be delusional, Don't not listen to people. But with that said, do recognize that for the most part, whether you're a public figure or not, the getting your self-perception from other people's immediate reactions to you is like a really stupid self-destructive thing to do. The fact of the matter is that some people are more desirable to be around than others. I'm not the most desirable person to be around in the world. I'm actually pretty fucking obnoxious in person. I can keep the illusion going for a little bit while I'm here streaming. That's why I stream in 4 to 5 hour chunks, because hour 501, I mean, that's where things get wild, you know? By no means am I, yes, the hyena affirms I am fucking annoying. Such is life. And I am autistic. And sometimes I do fuck up when it comes to identifying social cues. And sometimes that can be pretty awkward, you know, a little bit, smidge. But even when I feel as though I've dropped the ball a little bit, I don't let it get me down, because I fundamentally recognize this is something that absolutely everyone goes through, no matter how socially competent they are. And what's more, there's no material benefit to be gained from beating yourself up over it. I ask you, folks, how many people, no, I'm serious, please, how many people have been weird, unsocial, have trouble making friends, and then they hated themselves for it, and then via hating themselves, they got better? Find me one. Oh yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. Self-hatred is a really effective way of inspiring individual change. Oh yeah. Maybe for a few of you, maybe like one or two, maybe some of you hated yourself into a better place. I don't really think so, though. I don't really think it works that way. It's like getting better at video games, you know? Here's a secret. Have you ever wondered why you've spent 12,000 hours playing League of Legends and you're still in Silver 3, even though you're trying to get better? It's probably because when you lose, you rage out, and when you win, you still rage out against your teammates. Anytime there's an issue, anytime you die to a gank, anytime you fuck up in a team fight, anytime you're in poor position, whatever, you get angry at yourself, and you get frustrated, and you tilt, or you rage quit. See, blaming yourself only works if blame is constructive. Self-improvement in all respects, whether it be in League of Legends, Overwatch, or improving your confidence, is all about channeling criticism effectively. So, for example, if you want to hang out with some people, what time period should we set this in? What, high school, college, work? What I'm trying to think. If you want to go to a group event, but you feel excluded from that event because you feel like people don't really want to invite you, or you haven't expressed yourself enough, or you just feel like you're not like in the in-group or whatever, and you're too like awkward to ask. Okay, that can be a tough position to be in. Whether you decide to go or not, here's what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't fucking hate yourself for it. You shouldn't hate them either. There's every reason in the world for those people to want to go do their own thing, maybe without you. It has nothing to do with hating you. There are people I like who I don't like hanging out with sometimes. And likewise, it doesn't reflect necessarily on any deficit on your part. You know what one of the most exceptional things I learned was? Back when I was in high school and still a pretty insecure dude, I would often double and triple message people all the time. Like if I had a friend and I would like wake up and they'd be playing League or something, but it wouldn't be with me, and they never like added me like directly in DMs. So it's like, what? So they didn't want to play with me? They wanted to play with somebody else? So I'd message be like, hey, can I join? Or like, hey, did you like not want to have me in the game or whatever? Real cringe shit. Sometimes I would message him and he wouldn't respond at all, or for a long period of time. And I thought this was the rudest thing in the world, not responding to people. I thought this was like an egregiously, I was like, I would never do this. I am principally bound to respond to everyone within 8 minutes of them responding to me. And then I got a job, and then I went to college, and now I have this, and now I don't respond to people for ages. And now I know. Even if the people who respond to me, I like these people, sometimes I'm just tired and don't want to, even if these people I really like, there are people I'm huge friends with, that people, This just happened. Hunter Avalon. Guys, I've talked privately to Hunter Avalon a few times. Hunter Avalon is so fucking nice, dude. Hunter Avalon is such a cool guy to talk to. What an incredibly kind person. Nothing but respect for Hunter Avalon, my guys. Nothing but respect. Sometimes he'll message me. He'll be like, hey, my man, what's up? Heard things have been rough lately on stream. How have you been? I hope things have been going well over there. Taking care of the coronavirus? And I'll see that and I'll think, I'm just going to play some games. And then I get to it 6 days later. It has nothing to do with Hunter. It has nothing to do with Hunter. I respect the hell out of Hunter. Might be an autism thing? I don't know, maybe. But whatever it is, now I know. Now I know personally that not responding to DMs doesn't always mean that you fucking hate the person or that you don't care about them. Now, I will say this, and I want to make this clear. One of the reasons I take a while to respond to DMs now is because I get hundreds of messages like every week, you know? So obviously, I'm in a different position than most people. And I do think it is a little rude to consistently not respond to people and with an appropriate time length, okay? I do think that can be a little bit rude. But whether or not it's rude has nothing to do with whether or not it reflects on you, whether or not you should feel bad about it, whether or not you should take it and look and think, oh God, he's not responding because they don't care. He doesn't care about me. Because that's what I thought back then. When I wasn't responded to by my friends, I wasn't thinking, oh wow, how inconsiderate of them. I was thinking, oh geez, fuck, I guess I wasn't that funny the last time I talked to them. Are they getting bored of me? Oh shit, do I message them a fourth time or do I just let it be? Are they doing something? They can't be doing something because I remember their day schedule. It's 3 p.m. on a Tuesday. They should be out. They should have messaged me by now. Why? Shit, should I? Don't do that shit. Don't, cut it out. I know you fuckers in chat fucking relate to that. Cut it out. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do it. Yeah, see, if people are feeling called out, don't do it. Don't do it. Listen, if you need to contact somebody quickly and you need to like message them multiple times, do it with confidence. I'm not saying I've stopped triple or quadruple messaging people. Now I just do it brazenly, okay? The worst way to do it is like, okay, maybe a third minute. Hey, did you see my last message? Just reminding you, smiley face. But if you need to like get to somebody quickly, and sometimes you do, you know, just be like, hey, no, I need to, hey, dipshit, fucking read your messages. Hey, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to get through to them quickly. Yeah, just be shameless about it. Why? What? If they're annoyed, fuck it. Say like, oh yeah, dude, whatever, I was busy. And then you respond with, hey, fuck you, I needed you. Come on, do this. I'll stop bothering you. Just do this, do that. You know? Just be confident about it. Stop turning all the incredibly complicated interpersonal relationships and mannerisms of all the people around you, of which you only know one side of the story, into a litany of excuses to doubt yourself and your validity as a person, okay? Stop it. You don't know what the fuck is going on in other people's lives, and they don't know what's going on in your life. They don't know how you feel. You don't know what they're doing. In all likelihood, what you consider to be this grand denunciation of your validity as a human being is completely unrelated to you. And even if it is about you, even if you are fucking annoying and people don't like you, what are you going to do? Cry about it? Fucking hate yourself and make it worse? Because let me tell you, people just love being around self-conscious. Damn right. People just love being around self-conscious doomer assholes who are constantly apologizing for their existence. People love that. Don't you guys love it? Have you ever been with a friend like that? Or been with a person who turns into that? Or have you ever been on the receiving end of that? But that was sarcastic when I said that, by the way. Have you ever been on the receiving end of that? I know I have. I know I've had friends before who were like that. Every single message to me, hey, after I got confident, I started being a rock to a bunch of other people, you know? A lot of people out there are like fucking borderline suicidal who are just looking for some rock to cry into and provide absolutely no reciprocal support, okay? I was that person for a bunch of people for a while because I was confident and I had a lot of free time. I just, hey, I'm really sorry to bother you, but I've been, would it be okay if I shared some stuff with you? These are people who I have no friendship with. They're just doing this to me, you know? And this is all they do, you know? I'm so sorry. I guess I'm really annoying, you know? All the time, all the fucking time, baby. It's fucking unbearable. These people suck because they're doing to me what you guys are doing to yourself and others if you lack the confidence, okay? Don't be that. Even if you are an annoying little piece of shit. Sorry, the sun's shining through. Let me just close these blinds. Even if you are an annoying motherfucker, okay? And some folks are annoying. I'm annoying. Even if you're an annoying asshole, okay? Nothing is made better by you fucking being a little baby boy about it, okay? Nothing is. Most of the time it's not your fault, and if it is your fault, then you will only be made better by exercising a degree of control over the way in which you process other people's criticisms. I think you once said the most annoying people are the people who worry about being annoying. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I don't mind being annoying. Listen, I know I provide a lot of good stuff, okay? I'm a catch, okay? I'm funny, I talk fast, I'm entertaining, I've got a lot of energy when it comes to conversations. No one's ever bored around me when I'm talking, okay? Nobody. I'm too good of a public speaker. I love it. Fat cock, got a big fat dick. I know I'm a catch, okay? So sometimes I'm annoying. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry you had to contend at once with some minor negative component of my personality. Be like that. Whatever. Everyone's got negatives. How to get rid of self-doubt projected onto others? Just stop it. That's literally it. Just fucking stop it. Just stop self-doubt. Just act more brazenly. Fake it till you make it, baby. That is the good advice. That is the correct way forward. I know everyone hates it, fake it till you make it, but you guys don't understand. The transition from faking confidence to being confident is seamless if you do it right. It's completely true. Completely true. Okay? 100% true. One of these days, okay? First, you start out, hey guys, could you invite me? Hey guys, do you want to go out for drinks later? No? Okay, that's all right. I was busy anyway, haha. Then the next week, you try again. Hey, okay, there's a nice ramen place. Do you want to go get ramen? Okay. And inside you're dying. You're melting inside, okay? Your fucking insides are broiling. But then you go, you have a decent time. Maybe you don't have a decent time, but you keep doing it. And eventually, one of two things will happen. Either you internalize the fact that failure is a part of life and you no longer let it reflect on your self-perception and you grow really genuinely confident. Or two, you realize that when you act confident, people respond the way that you always imagined confident people would be responded to when they act confident. And you just be confident. Usually both of them will happen at the same time. And that's magic, folks. That right there is fucking magic. That's good ass shit. And then you get to be confident. And let me tell you, it feels great. Now, I don't worry what other people are doing unless I actively need them for something. I don't feel insecure. I don't feel like it reflects poorly on my character when somebody doesn't seem to like me as much as I like them. I'm able to accept the fact that unrequited relationships are sometimes just a part of life and that there's nothing to be ashamed of as long as you don't commit to them in an unhealthy way. I never doubt my abilities or my behavior or my perception when I'm speaking to other people, unless like someone's like, hey, listen, I think you were weird back there. Like, okay, I'll listen to folks, but it's not like a moral fucking internal fucking war that I'm waging at all times. What if I want help from a friend? How do I communicate that to friends without being annoying or inconsiderate? You just say it. It's that simple. I wish my fucking depressive friends had just done that to me, rather than roping me along for months of this pseudo-apologetic, like, I'm so sorry, can I spend another 6 hours talking to you about my feelings, rather than that indirect shit. Just say like, hey, I've been going through a rough time. Can I talk with you about it sometime? I don't mean to bother you. Not a big deal if you say no. That's it. It's that simple. And you have to be able to accept it if they say no. None of that fake apologetic stuff. If you say it's okay if you don't want to, you have to mean it. Because people aren't stupid. You can pick up on a lot of social signs from people's behavior. If you say, oh, well, I won't mind if you say no, but then you do, that's going to really bother your friends. People have done that shit to me. It really bothers me. Okay? Fuck off with that. You got to mean that shit, all right? And if you've got trauma, fine, go to therapy, okay? You can't confidence your way out of trauma 100% of the time, okay? Sometimes you can. I want to make that perfectly clear. Therapy has only existed for a few hundred years. Humans have existed for tens of thousands. Trust me, folks. It is possible sometimes for traumatic experiences or for like weird, like really like internal bottle up, it is possible to self-process. But if you don't have to, why rely, you know? Why not why not try for some fucking help? Seriously. If you can, therapists can be really helpful. Sometimes they're not as helpful. Sometimes they are. Self-dialectic behavioral therapy is a pretty effective treatment for some types of for trauma. I don't have any trauma. I don't think. None that I've fucking developed. So I don't have any personal experiences with it. But that is, yeah, I'm starting DBT this week. Yeah, look at that. See? I don't have any of that shit, so I don't really know. But I've heard other people say it's good. I'm just saying, just for God's sake, folks. Okay, you have to make the executive decision as to whether or not your internal hangups are something you can work through yourself or something that you're going to need professional help with. But then you have to follow through on that. After you've said, I think I can do it myself, you have to do it. And after you've said, I think I might need some help with this, you have to do it. You can't just fucking ignore it after you've come to that decision-making process, okay? Give it a shot. Look up self-dialectical behavioral therapy. That's some trauma stuff. As I understand it, it's a way of, usually trauma responses are like in out, yes, no. If you're subjected to certain stimuli, a process happens in your head that causes you to experience negative emotions that aren't rationally tied to the situation, So it'll be like maybe you're having sex, okay? You're having sex and you got like a boyfriend and your boyfriend's like, I'm gonna nut in your pussy hole. And he puts like his hand in your chest, but someone else put their hand in your chest when you were like sexually assaulted a while ago. So then you freak out, whatever, okay. Irrational response, but that's the connection, Dialectical behavioral therapy is about taking the input, whatever it is that triggers the trauma, and trying to break its connection to the output, which is the negative feelings, the traumatic response. You fucking doot. You snap it apart. Teaching yourself what to say to yourself, trying to emotionally reconcile. It's like that kind of stuff, Probably pretty useful. I don't know. Heard a lot of people say that it's good. Oh, hey, that's basically what I do? Well, there you go. Look, you invented dialectical behavioral therapy. Motserve says it's been crazy helpful. Oh, yeah, and that's, Alfredo. Excellent point. Just want to point that out. None of your self-improvement shit should ever be done for the explicit goal of achieving this or that. Fuck, don't, please. Don't do that, okay? Don't think like, if I become a more confident person, I'll finally get Stacy to notice me. Please, 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 please don't. The point of confidence isn't to get the girl or get the friend or whatever. The point of confidence is to be able to survive not getting the friend and not getting the girl. The goal isn't to achieve your goals. The goal is to survive not being able to achieve your goals. You're not confident if your confidence only hinges on the belief that your confidence will get you the person to reaffirm the validity of your confidence, okay? The goal isn't to achieve your goals? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be thinking like, I want to be confident so that everyone will like me. You can be confident and no one will like you. You can be confident and still be a fucking asshole. How about be confident So you're better at recognizing people's feelings towards you rather than catastrophizing every time somebody doesn't seem immediately interested in you. And then work on being personable enough to have other people like you. Confidence should exist external to all of that, okay? This is basically the end of Ava. Well, there's a reason I like End of Evangelion. Yeah, I'll upload this, Cyborg. Yeah, this seemed like a... what's the video title? What do you want? Incels hyphen the secret to confidence. How about that? Is that a good video title? I don't know. I'll decide later. Okay. That is how I became confident. That's how I feel about confidence. Okay. There are a lot of really fucking not confident people here in chat, on the internet in general. It's very sad. Makes me sad. It's unfortunate. And yeah, it'd be nice to see you. Nice to see you guys. You know, running around fucking each other more, being nice and happy. Mind you, there are a lot of people who get lots of sex who lack a lot of self-esteem. In fact, it's almost typical, particularly of girls who lack self-esteem sometimes, to compensate for that lack of self-esteem by like proving themselves to be worthwhile by just putting their holes out there, you know, just taking their holes and just putting them up there on the shelf, you know, just giving them right up there. And if they want to have sex with a lot of folks, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm not impugning them for that. But if they're doing it to compensate for some feeling of deficiency, then it's probably not a good idea. What if your psychological issues are caused by unrealistic cultural standards you've internalized? Isn't this similar to being in a psychologically abusive relationship you can't escape? Therefore, psychology cannot help? No, my friend. Psychology and therapy are best utilized when you're in such a situation, my friend. Even if you've internalized unrealistic cultural standards, that does not move. Wait, you think therapy doesn't work on you if the standards have been imparted by society? No. No, trust me. Okay. Society tells us to be a lot of shitty things and a lot of unrealistic things, okay? None of this is external to the way in which you as an individual process your environment and internalize lessons from others. That is to say, you're subject to the exact same understanding, the exact same lessons, the exact same failures and successes as you would if you were dealing with any other kind of intrapersonal or entirely internalized issues. Take care of yourselves. Get therapy if you need it. And stop being a fucking doomer, please. Cut that out, because it's fucking cringe. Don't do it. And yeah, go fucking have fun, okay? That's it. Not end of stream, you fucking idiots. You guys made fun of me for blowing my nose too many times, and now you're being punished. Jesus Christ. All of you. I got the sniffles. The real issue is that it's really fucking warm in here. You guys have no fucking idea how hot it gets in here. My God, dude. The sun faces the window. I have blackout blinds, but it only does so much. I have right now, I don't know if you can see, I have the case of my computer open with all the parts exposed because it's so hot in here. My computer has trouble keeping up with the warmth plus the processing, and there's just heat just exhuming from this fucking thing. So I just have the glass case open, you know, hopefully nothing bad happens. I'm in here and I'm exuding body heat, of course, and it's a small room on the second floor. You know? What are you gonna do? Tap the mic a couple more times? Oh yeah, and there's a fucking heat lamp for the lizard, dude. Do you have any idea how much heat these put off? Alright. Cartoon Maymays, you got a 40-minute rant for your tier 2 sub. Okay, that's the last... We gotta get through the donations. Love you too, Cartoon Maymays. Rory Blue with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Do you have any source recommendations? Read Marxist theories in the family, how to find good sociology sources in general. Have a cute pet video in honor of National Puppy Day. I'll take a look at the babies. I'm afraid I don't, comrade. Oh my god, babies. If you want good sources when it comes to that stuff, I strongly recommend you go check out the YouTube channel Radical Reviewer. Radical Reviewer does a lot of literature-based stuff, and you know they're a friend of mine, so I implicitly trust. Oh yeah, Origin of the Family by Engels. That's right. Isn't that like the seminal book? I don't know. These little babies are super cute. I kind of just want to look at them all day. David Elam 34 with the $5. So Vosh, would you say black nationalism and white nationalism are compatible? I mean, the Nation of Islam has helped millions of black people. Nation of Islam was not the same kind of black nationalist as black nationalists are. There's a huge difference between Nation of Islam and who is the guy, Luis Farrakhan? Who is the fucking the other guy? It's Luis Farrakhan. What's the name of the guy? The fucking black Nazi dude. The current black nationalist. Farrakhan. Yeah, Farrakhan. That's right. Nation of Islam has a pretty strong black supremacist streak, but for most of the work that they did, the black nationalism they engaged in was a form of white America will always treat us like dirt. We should just go back and try to live without them. They were essentially the MGTOW of racial dynamics, and I still disagree with that approach. Yeah, they absolutely had a pseudo-historical streak. But people like Luis Farrakhan, these are literally just black Nazis. They say black nationalist. There's a big difference between the legitimate subjugation we experience as a people is overwhelming. We should try to find ways to exist without the white man. And we are literally black Nazis. There's a huge difference between that. But I'm not in favor of black nationalism in any form. And while I can celebrate the good things the Nation of Islam did, I do think there were many aspects of the Nation of Islam that were pretty reprehensible. But they were not Luis Farrakhan. Captain Cacao with the $5. This is why Destiny enjoys debating Nazis so much more than leftists. It's so much easier for him. Low-hanging fruit. Maybe. Atomic Fox with the $5. Is it even worth it to try to bring conservatives over to our side? Most of them are like proto-fascists. I know religious ones are irrational, but still. I mean, I bring over anyone, right? I've converted quite a few conservative-leaning people, just with my channel. Hypers, if you guys were some flavor of conservative or reactionary within the past few years. Not if I was necessarily the only person to de-radicalize you, but if you were, you know, brought about in some way. Yeah, we got folks in here, you know? Decent chunk of yeah. Look at that. We got folks. Now, not everyone that's going to be the case, but I think it's important to pull from these groups. I mean, might as well, right? What's the alternative? Just like ignoring? Like just letting them be that way forever? It's Noveliste, the tier 1 sub. I feel like climate change can't be solved without abolishing the profit motive entirely. Like the idea of solving an extinction level event within the bounds of cost seems insane. Yeah, it definitely does. Nothing short of massive government mobilization of resources is going to even come close to a solution here. I don't know if it will require like the broader abolition of the profit motive or if it would just be sufficient to mobilize, you know, government resources like in a very specific way. Whatever the case may be, you know, whatever the case may be, we're going to need to take more action than the free market is willing to abide. JC with the $5, looking for a list of elected leaders that supported Nazi or Hitler himself. Can anyone help me? Go check out the Discord. I'm pretty sure you'd be able to find such an answer in the Discord, or maybe in chat, but I'm not sure myself. Skunkfuck with the $5. Here's some fun bucks. This is how you use the lung moss. That's real.
Rather finely, by the way, and located almost goldeny green. I'm going to syringe this up and see how much I've got first, then start loading it into. Least is almost cannon butter.
True. Oh wait, we gotta respect copyright. Whoops. Red Eye Sam with the $5. When I was in the Navy, my HM1, medical person, said fasting is almost always unhealthy. Just want to put that out there, but do your own research. I've heard some people saying that, like, micro fasting can actually be pretty based and cum-pilled. I'm not actually, I don't know fucking data on this, but I have heard some people say it's legit. I don't know. Broader fasting and detoxes, though, are complete bullshit. Detoxes are complete bullshit. Don't ever fucking let people tell you. If by detox we mean like eat healthy food, then yeah, sure. But this like, I'll only consume smoothies for a while. Nah, that shit's fucking garbage. The only factor there is the health and the quantity of the food, not the like purging your shit. I guess, yeah, I may be fasting in some very specific. Smoothies are good, though. Egg with the $3. Mashallah, Vash, that beard is making you look like a brother in Islam. To finalize the conversion ceremony, please read aloud the following letters. EDBTZ. I thought that'd be like, spell out like these nuts, but it didn't. I don't know. True. Red Eye Sam with $3. I'm picturing Family Guy for this skit. I hope not. And the Chaos Card with the $2. There's a great documentary called The Last Laugh about the relationship between Jews and Nazi humor, ridicule. That sounds pretty funny. One of the reasons why Jews are so funny. Have you? This is I've said this before, so this isn't a new yikes. Okay, this is a old yikes. Okay, Jews are really fucking funny. There's a reason why there's so much fucking Jewish comedy out there. It's the darkness. Exactly, skunkfuck. Jews have been like the most fucking consistently lambasted people in the history of the fucking modern world. Jews have been getting shit on for ages. And since comedy is fundamentally about punching up, I mean, who would know better about punching up or about being in a position where you can punch up than fucking Jews? There's a reason why conservatives aren't and never will be funny. While Steven Crowder, with his fucking millionaire financing and his entire studio and production team, can't elevate comedy beyond racial caricature, it's because conservatives are incapable of being funny, because to them, comedy is just about punching down. To them, comedy is just about making fun of the poor, or making fun of racial minorities or whatever. That's it. That's the whole joke. The whole joke they have. Whereas the entire broader fucking history of humor as an art form has always been about punching up. Always, always, always. Alexander Velitsky with the $2. Do you have any opinion on Satanists? Yeah, aren't some Satanists basically like humanitarians or something? I don't know. I mean, it still seems like some weird, edgy shit. Like, I'll show my mom, look, I'm a Levadian Satanist. No, it actually means good things. I don't know. Corlix with the $5. Thoughts on Monster Girl writes? It depends on the Monster Girl. If your Monster Girl shit is literally just some like fucking cat ear girl, fuck off with that shit. Get it the fuck out of here, okay? That's not a Monster Girl, okay? Monster Girls, we need real ass Monster Girls. Get that weak shit out of here. Spider Girls? Nah, Spider Girls are weak too, because Spider Girls are literally just like, they're like mermaids. They're like regular girl from the waist up, and then they just have a big spider body. We need real ass Monster Girls, okay? Red Eye Sam with the $5 from your description. Jojo Rabbit sounds like me when I was 10 until my mom showed me Holocaust footage. Jesus Christ, were you a fucking 10-year-old Nazi and your mom had to fucking de-radicalize you? My God. It is basically like that. Skunkfuck with the incredibly generous $15. Thank you. Boris Johnson has just explained that police intervention is allowed in the UK to break up groups of over 2 people in public. You need to look it up. Holy shit. Is it true? Are we in martial law now? Is it martial law time now, boys? Damn. Isn't it crazy how all these fascists immediately go from coronavirus isn't a problem to whoops, time to break out the fucking truncheon and riot shield. Hoo-hoo. Yeah, hey, whoa. You know how it be. Onyx with the $10. The incredibly generous $10. Vosh, can you tell me about how great legal weed is? I'm from Kentucky, so I have to deal with dry spells every once in a while. By the way, my name is pronounced Onyx, not Anix. Onyx, gotcha. I don't really care about... I don't, like, smoke weed that much. I don't know. Usually I'm just, like, about to go to bed, and I think, like, okay, I'm gonna make myself sleepy. So I smoke, like, a hit or two. I guess it's nice to be able to just go ahead and buy it from a dispensary rather than having to deal with any shitty fucking dealers. I don't know. I don't know. You should ask my girlfriend. She's more of a weedster. She's very big into the stoner culture, I think she'd say. Neon Crayfish, the tier 1 sub. Greetings from India, comrade. Question, do you think something akin to a comm intern is conceivable in any future, or am I stupid to dream? Great content, by the way. Keep going. By comm intern, I see like Communist International. Probably not viable anytime in the immediate future. I have no idea. I don't like engaging in that kind of futurism. It's not like great odds. There's always the possibility of populism turning in our favor and some crazy shit happening in the next 20 years, you know? But I don't think it's going to go down that way. I think people are still too nationally focused for there to be another strong, Comintern. Addy, with the incredibly generous $16.09, thank you. Have you ever heard of the manifesto of the fascist intellectuals? By the way, nations are still bad, but everyone please listen to the plea for social distancing. It works. Well, you can believe nations are bad and still recognize you shouldn't be fucking rubbing noses against other people during a pandemic. I don't necessarily believe these things are mutually exclusive. You know? It's like, hey, guys, listen, I get it. Human egalitarianism is great. However, you should still not stab each other. I know, I get it. True, though. I have not heard of the manifesto of the fascist intellectuals. That seems like something that'd be fun to read, though. Micropraxis of the $5. My wife, her boyfriend, and I made 2 couples into one through this weekend. It was pretty gay, so excited to see where this journey leads with. Enjoy your gay-ass throuple, okay? You degenerate fucking polyglot Neanderthals, okay? Have fun and make sure to practice social distancing, okay? You can nut in your hand and throw it at other people. Be careful. 21st Century Socialist with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Oh, polyglot is when someone speaks a language. Wait, what is what's the poly? Come on, what's the polycule? Polycule, that's it. Concerning what you're talking about, I think we humans often forget we easily think that our world revolves around ourselves, while most people's thoughts are focused on their personal lives. True! I've said this before, 21st Century Socialists, and I'm going to say it again. They're not ready to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You want to know who the greatest narcissists are? It's the shy people in class. The people who are too afraid to raise their hand because they're worried they're going to get the answer wrong, because they narcissistically believe that anyone in that room gives a shit about them if they fuck the answer up. They think all the eyes are on them. Nobody gives a fuck. Everyone's just trying to live their own life. The chick back there is on her phone. Fucking Stacy over there is fixing her bra kind of discreetly underneath her hoodie. Fucking Jason over there is also on the phone. Fucking Dylan in the corner is masturbating right now. Dylan's gonna come in class. Do you think Dylan gives a shit whether or not you fuck up an answer? Yeah, it's fucked up. Dylan, stop. Dylan, what the fuck? We've all had that moment in class when you're chilling and you're paying attention, and then you just feel like ropes start to hit the back of your neck because fucking Dylan fired off, but he didn't align the tissue in time. You know, we've all been in that position. We've all thrown down with Dylan after he nutted on our back. Yeah, every week, dude. Fucking Dylan. I was in AP classes. Oh, this doesn't happen in AP classes, okay? Mavis with the $5. Hey Vosh, I decide to not have friends. It's just better that way. You can be doomer about it if you want, but if you seriously think there's something about your body or brain or personality that intrinsically makes you incapable of having fulfilling relationships with others, that's pretty cringe, bro, okay? Everyone can make friends. If you don't want to go through the effort, that's a personal choice you're free to make, but this, like, it's better this way kind of makes it seem like this is some weird self-aggrandizing cringe doomer stuff. Whatever you want, friend. Buggirl93 with the $2. I know getting doxxed by a bunch of ex-friends who went Nazi on me from gaming community wasn't my fault, but it still hurt my self-esteem. Need advice. Buggirl93, I don't know what to say other than if you're basing your self-esteem off of the perception Nazis have of you, then you need to dramatically reassess your opinion of yourself and your process for assessing the validity of other people's opinions on you. That's all I got. Marcus Seren with the 25 Swedish kronar. Why don't you like Thought Slime? Well, apart from Thought Slime being like a fragile kind of like douchebag on Twitter with me a while back, I think that Thought Slime makes incredibly circle jerky videos that exist only to pander to the thoughts and feelings of people who already agree with Thought Slime and are actively alienating to people who don't already believe the presuppositions. I think they come off kind as preachy, obnoxious, and sort of weirdly passive aggressive, even in the videos that they produce. But if you like their content, then enjoy it. I'm never telling you to not like enjoy Thought Slime's content. I'm just saying that I just don't like how they make videos. And they presumably don't like how they like mine. Or they don't like how I like mine. So, you know? He goes by he? He goes by he, him? Okay, I don't know. I know he's non-binary. Just Wax Newman with the $5. 6'2", big dick, has sex, famous. I'm not a Chad, guys, I swear. Okay, dude. Shut the fuck up. I'm not famous by any... Is that the bar for being a Chad now? Is just having sex? How far we've fallen. And I'm not famous by any means. Thank you very much. Listen, okay. Maybe someday, you know? First, we gotta fix this little YouTube recommendations bug thing where it's not showing up. We gotta fix that. And then we'll see. Did you face Sarah with the $5? Germany has gone worse. From today, the police here are allowed to demand ID and a residence permit on the street. I'm still waiting for my registration appointment, so I'm fucking terrified. Just stay indoors, comrade. That sounds scary. Good thing I live in the good old United States of America, where I can fucking open carry wherever I want, and it's legal for me to shoot cops if they call me mean words. No, it's not. Don't do that in America. It's not legal. Pepsi Cola with the $5. I started playing Pathologic 2 last night, and it's really good. Thank you for the recommendation. 10 out of 10 pandemic lockdown entertainment. Cheers. True! Pathologic 2 is more prescient than ever, folks. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it because it is a fucking masterful game. Really glad you're enjoying it. MF Zoom with the very kind $10. Love these talks, bro. Wish I could go out and apply it now, but Corona. Listen, you're in the hyperbolic time chamber in DBZ, okay? Now's the time for you to practice confidence before you can go out there and actually engage in it, okay? You need to be sitting in your house and you need to be building up the confidence juice that you then unleash on the world when the time comes. Red Eye Sam with the $5. Dude, there was this kid in my high school who was a pathological liar and I really fucking hated him. Not as much as my best friend did, though. Yeah, some people in high school are pieces of shit. I completely agree. Am I working out still? Hey, don't worry about it. Or Shovel with the tier 1 sub. As a high schooler, I don't have a lot of exposure to people who are confident, so watching your stream really helps. On another note, I'm an Israeli-American leftist, and I was wondering whether you'd like to have a discussion on Israel and Judaism. No, I can't. Before I next have a discussion on Israel, I'm going to read up on like every fucking shitty thing Israel has ever done so I can avoid being geshgalloped by somebody who's like, well, actually, it's such an incredibly complicated situation, and Israel is so obviously in the wrong, but there's so much nuance to the shit. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of reading. I'm really glad that I've been able to help you with that respect, comrade, and I hope that things go well for you. I'll do my research, okay? Let's finish up these donos and then bring the stream to a close. Talcat with the $5. Have you seen Claudia Brown's shit takes on Twitter recently? Thoughts? I have not seen Claudia Brown's shit takes on Twitter. Let's Claudia. Claudia. Is it this one where Claudia is saying it's cringe to say that women are drawn in like really stupid stereotypical ways? Is that it? Just saying it's fine? Must be this. Oh, it's like some tepid landlord apologia? Eh. Russ Norris explained who Claudia is. Claudia's just a content creator. She's a nice. I like her. Talcat with a... Oh, wait. I just did that one. Nora Noodle Kitty with the $5. In a few classes, the people in them will actually laugh at you if you get the answer wrong, and that shit's scary. Whatever. If they'll laugh at anyone who gets the answer wrong, then it's not really reflective of you specifically, is it? Nothing to worry about. Dr. Pontifex, if I missed your donation, type it out in chat. I'll give it a look. Type it the donation text out. Red Eye Sam with the $2. About my last dono, his name was Dylan. Oh, you should have clarified that, comrade. That makes it a lot more relevant. Fucking Dylan. Fucking Dylan. Oh, I don't see it there. Fucking skunk fuck. Yeah, I don't see your dono in my API. Doctor. Doctor, it's like you're invisible. Skunk fuck, stop jerking off in glass. Now I'm going to wait a few seconds for the person whose donation I tragically missed. Apparently, I also missed pig poop out. Guys, if I missed a dono, sometimes the API just falls through. Just type out the dono. Just type out the dono in chat. I'll look at the chat. And then I'll respond to the dono. That's it. Just say, you missed my dono. Here is the dono. I'll give you the... I'll respond to it real good. Cyborg with the $5. Sometimes people won't want to give class answers in class because some teachers will go on tangents about how you're wrong, use you as an example, etc. This has happened to me often. The only time a teacher ever did that to me, I shit talked them and like ate and like took a bunch of like fucking class applause for it. Not like applause, but like adulations for it, you know? I don't know. It only happened to me once, and like the one time the teacher was being super pissy and it worked out fine for me. So I don't know. I guess some teachers are just abusive pieces of shit and you can't consistently... Then everyone clapped. No, not everyone clapped. That's a Chad move. It wasn't a fucking Chad move, dude. They were just being a fucking dick. I don't even remember. What was it? Okay, wait. It wasn't history because I always had good history teachers. Was it like... Was it a science class? It might have been a science class because I've never been good at the hard sciences. I must have been pretty grumpy myself. I'm not sure. No, that person was a piece of shit. I can't block a link though. Vosh, that horrible argument with Destiny has inspired me to get off my ass and start my research stream project. Going to focus on the Gilded Age and the New Deal first. Those are the periods that mostly shape our society today. History important, blah, blah, blah. Sides can understand, blah, blah, blah. Fuck yeah, Dr. Pontifex. There is legitimate need for that good stuff. I am delighted to hear that, and I hope you're able to do it, and I hope it goes well. Thank you very much for the dono. All right. Folks, I've got great news. I really hope that we can fix the stream issue. I really hope that we can fix the stream issue because you're never going to guess who I'm going to have on tomorrow. I have a guest. Do you want to guess who the guest is? You're actually not going to be able to guess. There's no possible way. I'm very happy. I'll be able to have him on for an hour, or thereabouts. So that should be pretty fun. That's Adam, for those of you who don't know. From YMS, Your Movie Sucks. I have a bunch of amusing anecdotes that I will be sharing with him. You know how it goes. All right. Is he a lefty? That's an excellent question. I'd love to talk with him about it. Adam from YMS. Very, very big channel. Very, very cool dude. I've been watching his stuff for like 9 years. Is that how long he's been doing it? It's been a while. We're not ending stream, right? Wrong! Goodbye, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Show up, I won't release the YMS thing as a VOD. I won't. Okay? I will hide it. You'll never be able to see it. I'll delete the VOD. Oh wait, there was one more dono. Aurora with the $2. Conservatives often argue that many European countries can afford union healthcare because we back them militarily. The fact is, the U.S. only contributes 4.5% foreign aid. Yeah, the conservative myth that we need to maintain our massive military spending so we can continue to guard the rest of the world, but also that the rest of the world is bad for being guarded by us, is fucking ridiculous. It's fucking silly. Some silly ass shit. Our military is for us. We do not. We really do not commit a large amount of it to like global security, okay? All right. Farewell. Show up tomorrow. Farewell.